don't use that term to point out that Earth is not an object. That's the point.
You think it might be better described as like a realm or a plane of existence?
That's the good one. That's the one I like. But yeah, I'm not going to give you an answer. I'm just going to tell you what it's not. It's not an object.
Maybe like the floor of the universe.
Just got to be careful with that universe. So, for example, I would say what we experience in reality is reality, and people that believe in a globe space religion say it's not reality, and there's no other option. That's as far as it goes. There's no other options. You got two options.
What are we talking about?
Shape of the Earth, man.
Reality.
Shape of the Earth.
You got two sides of this. This is how simple this is, Hank. So the point is you have two sides. One side says what we experience in reality is true, and the other side says nah. That's what this is about.
Never heard it boiled down so eloquently. You distilled it to a fine brandy, my man.
One sentence is all is required.
So if Earth is a realm, are there other realms?
So right away,
How would anybody?
Realm,
I suppose there could be.
How would anybody know? Wouldn't the honest position be like, hey, why don't we figure out this realm a little bit more, or at least attempt to?
Remember the part about experiencing reality that I'm trying to get people to accept? Right.
Would there need to be other realms? Would it be okay if this was the only one?
Uh-oh, don't ask me that.
Yeah, you tell us, man.
No. We're not going down that way. We're trying to help you out right now. We're not going to grade 12. We're in kindergarten right now, just trying to assess a straight line. So let's just do this nice and easy.
Would you consider the sun a realm?
No, the sun is not a realm, but it's also not something I can describe to you because it's a heavenly body. So I can't tell you what its makeup is or how it works. It's out of this world, literally. It's above Earth.
It's visible, but not tangible. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Correct.
Nor does it matter. It wouldn't matter anyways, right?
Technically correct. And also, we shouldn't be, they're called sun worshippers for a reason. But I experienced the sun, so back to the point, I can say the sun is there. If you believe in the magical spaceball religion, you say, nah, the sun is 8 minutes to the right.
Or to the contrary, a lunatic, right? People that believed in the moon were once called lunatics.
So wait, is the moon not a thing?
No, that's the thing, is that we believe in the moon. You're telling us the moon is actually something other than what we can tell it is, right? That's the point. So everything we witness in reality is one thing. We accept it. You may know of the religion that you're in right now, obviously this magical space religion. That's where the problem is. So we're talking about reality, but people don't want to believe in reality. They want to believe in this cartoon of magical balls they learned about on TV. That's what I'm saying is the problem. I'm saying the magical ball religion on TV is bad and that reality is good. Trying to simplify this for Hank Hill. Thank you.
Thank you for simplifying it. I just want to say something real fast. So I heard a Mark Twain quote, and it said, "Believe nothing that you hear, and only half of what you see." And I want to kind of modernize that quote, if you don't mind me taking the liberty. So don't believe anything that you see on TV, right? Only trust your senses. two or more of your senses to verify something. Because if you see it on the internet or on the TV or on your phone, it's not reality. Anybody could make anything. I mean, there's talking lions and all kinds of weird stuff on TV. Like the whole Narnia doesn't even exist. The whole outer space and the final frontier, like it's made in a Hollywood basement. So what we're trying to do is go back to reality with our senses.
Yeah, for sure. Guys like me, like I woke up on the 5 a.m. trip out home from Ireland, and we were over like pure. It was all ice and it was all snow. And I said, where are we? And she said, oh yeah, we're in Greenland. And I was thinking in my head, like, there's no way we went 15, almost 2,000 miles north to catch a jet stream to go all the way south again. It was so stupid. Then I went home and I started thinking, there's no way. There's just no way. And then, of course, I looked at Google and bam, I found this, and it was like, what?
Can I share something else by Mark Twain? I just posted it in the live stream. It's easier to fool people than to convince them they have been fooled. Mark Twain.
See, Mark Twain, he was a Southerner. Like, and Southerners, they kind of got that truther mentality. I think Mark Twain, I think he told the truth through fiction, right? Because politicians, right, they use, the truth to tell lies when artists use the lies to tell the truth. Right? And that's why so many things that are actually real are on TV, but you got to use discernment and figure out what's real and what's not.
Yeah, for sure. Ding, ding.
So if we're going to return to our senses, our primary knowledge, and each and every one of us can wake up in the morning and go outside, and we observe that we're on a level, motionless plane of existence. We also observe that the sun and moon appear to be about the same size. Along with the stars, they appear to be fairly close and local and moving above us. That's what everybody can confirm with their combined sense experience and objective reality. Now, there seems to be, for some people, quite a scientific evidence to believe that it's quite the contrary. And that's secondary knowledge or tertiary knowledge. So what good reason do you have to deny your senses?
So you were breaking up a little bit there. So what he just said was your senses inform you that you live on a flat stationary plane. What secondary knowledge has convinced you to disregard your primary knowledge of your senses?
Come on, Oreo. You got the answer on this one. Come on.
Could it be some picture or image you saw on TV?
Or the media?
It'll be that. No, it'll be that when he was a very young age, when he didn't have the reasoning faculties or the critical thinking capabilities to rebut anything that he was presented with, he was inculcated with this idea, and it was concretized and reinforced through his peer groups and authority figures, and then later on in TV and entertainment, to the point where it's part of his core belief system and fundamental axioms and paradigm. Right?
So to put that in layman's terms, it's like being born in Saudi Arabia. of course you'd be a Muslim, right? You're born, right, with mainstream media, of course you're going to be a sun worshiper.
Unknowingly, more of an outer space worshiper, but it's all the same problem.
Yeah, it is. It's part of this. As soon as you entertain it, as soon as you entertain a clown, you become part of the circus, man.
Yeah, Oreo.
Yeah.
All the other people that we talk to, if they're honest, end up admitting it's because of television that they believe they live on a
Right.
magical ball in outer space. That's the reality of it.
Yeah.
Nobody,
Yeah,
nobody.
well,
There is no mystery. Is the point?
Yeah, I believed in it because I don't know, the majority of people believe in it. So
Yeah.
My
Yeah, it
dad
was
used to
just
say if
something
ever,
it was always taught me.
my dad used to say if everybody went and jumped off the bridge, would you go do it? Right, and
That's a really good point. Yeah.
this is
I
the
didn't think
appeal
about
to
it that way.
this is the appeal to majority logical fallacy, right? So back in the 1700s, when George Washington died, or maybe the 1800s, I'm not sure, he had pneumonia, and they thought they were supposed to bloodlet him. Well, they drained all of his blood out and died, but the blood wasn't the problem; it was the fluid in his lungs, right? But it was the belief at the time. In fact, the guy who said that you should wash your hands when you're messing with cadavers, wash your hands before you go deliver babies at the OB. He died in an insane asylum because the doctors could not handle the cognitive dissonance that they were the ones killing the mothers and the babies with the flesh eating bacteria because they refused to wash their hands. That's a true story, by the way.
Which would ironically actually be a 3,000-year-old law. No big.
Yeah, right there next to George Washington's bed was the Bible, right? That said when you touch a dead thing, you're to wash your hands before you do anything.
Well, the other thing is you mentioned you thought it was a disc, and I would submit that not only when you were a very young impressionable age, when you were taught that it was a globe, you were also taught why it's not flat, because it would be a disc in space, ships and shit and water would be falling off of it, and still with both of those ideas, you've got the heliocentric outer space cosmology to go along with it. This modern day conversation is geocentric. The Earth is the center. The Earth is all there is. That's why I say it's like to the floor of the universe, because it certainly does seem to be evidently intelligently created, and we don't know the boundary condition. We know due to the laws of nature that there's a boundary because we're all breathing air right now. But where it is, what form, consistency, and makeup it is, nobody knows. Without credible disclosure of what the world power militaries discovered back in the 40s and 50s when they allegedly went exploring, or truly independent and coordinated current exploration in all directions and a rediscovery of those areas, we may never know. So there is no edge, so to speak of. There's nothing to fall off because it's contained in some way. The waters are contained. Go ahead.
Sorry. Yeah, it's funny how people demand that we tell them what the shape is or how we. But the funny thing is, they don't know either, right? They haven't been to every part of the world. They haven't seen the world from a different view. So how would you know what the shape is, right? it's you've been told what the shape is, but you don't know. The only thing you experience is a flat, non-rotating Earth. And then people come here and well, what is it? Yeah, I don't know. I haven't seen it in the hole. So have you, right? You haven't seen it in a hole. So the most honest position would be for you to say, well, I don't know either. I've just been told, right? But go ahead.
Well, I think it also goes to like philosophy. Like, if you're going to accept your primary knowledge, the senses of yourself, are you willing to consider that you're actually a self, that you're a soul that has independent free thought and original thought capabilities? Like, when you die, is it you that goes in the ground, or is that just your body? And can you distinguish between the two?
Colloquially, we say it's the body. Like, we all acknowledge that as her body, but not as her, right?
Well, no, not everybody does. I mean, I personally know some atheists and agnostics that would say that no, when I die, I go into the ground and I cease to exist. There's nothing else.
That's weird.
That one's troubling. That one's very troubling to me.
Well, that's
it's
the
just troubling.
That's the materialistic, rational way of looking at things when you have the philosophical belief system that you came from nothing and then there's nothing.
Well, we're here, man. I can guarantee you that. We are here. And it's an amazing place we live. It's amazing, fucking amazing. Even though they screwed it up completely, but it's still amazing.
Why would you say they screwed it up?
Well, just with the control issues of where we can go, what we can do. You know, I can't just grab a piece of land and have water and crops and wood and whatever I need, you know. Rocks. I like rocks.
You mean besides the hundreds of years of slavery and millions of innocent people killed and 10,000 unborn babies,
all that.
Killed a day, and constant false wars and resets and mass murder?
Fuck.
I mean, no big deal. No big deal.
No
It's fine.
big
Yeah,
deal.
we're all good. Yeah.
Just, all those little things that they've done to screw this place up, man. Let the women run the place for a while, man. Let's see what happens.
That wouldn't end well.
Yeah, you tell them.
No, man, that place would be amazing, man. Be flowers and shit everywhere. You guys
It would
be
certainly be an yeah. You can't do it any worse. It would be an improvement, that's for sure.
really fucking awesome, man. Music going, just wonderful aesthetics and just feminine touch. Nice, it's nice.
You think
That's
the
a good
world
point.
would be a utopia without men?
No, but this is a good point. Here's the point: is that not one single one of these sycophant, psychopathic space religions came from a woman. So yeah, let that sink in.
Exactly. You don't have a psychopathic fucking globetard fucking female. There's not one, right?
They're rare.
They're rare.
Careful. Maybe
There-
trillions in chat. Be careful, trillions in
been
chat.
There have been a couple, and definitely one that just identifies as one.
Oh, okay. A couple.
Michelle
Two.
Thaler. Michelle Thaler.
Well, yeah,
Hillary
that.
Clinton. Check out what I
That's
posted
not.
on
That's not a woman. That doesn't count.
Not a woman.
That's a complicated rock.
Don't lie. It's not a woman. Anyway, I'm saying like, it's time to give the women a shot to run this place because the men fucked it all up, man. Sorry. Sorry.
Yeah, it's just so too late.
We're trying to fix it, man. Us great men are trying to fix it, but we're rare, man. We're just really rare. What are you gonna do? The brainwashing worked really well for them. Damn.
Yeah, I'm really happy I stumbled upon this community. You guys seem like really great, interesting people. I'm enjoying my time here.
Cool. What's your name?
I'm Ava.
Ava. I'm Kenny.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, Ava. You sound like you have a little bit of an accent, maybe European-ish.
No, I'm not European. I'm American.
You're
Yeah.
American. Oh, okay. Cool. Yeah, we just want the best for humanity, man. We just all of us here want that, man.
Yeah, I
But
understand it completely.
I don't think there's any civilization that really doesn't want the best for humanity, but going about it and trying to figure it out is, first of all, we got to figure out where we live. And
Yeah.
what are we living on? How's it work? And who created it, man? That's there was some, but there's been some people that came along and kind of gave us a certain kind of history and science and different things, man, that we just all had to buy into. And we just sit around like good scientists that we are and question everything. And that's not, it's not a bad position to be in. If you enjoy it, I enjoy it. You might not, you might want to just go along to get along. Yeah. There's a lot of those out there. I get it. But if you want to question things, you got to be able to handle the deep water, they say, man. I don't know if
The
you've
dude
ever
abides. Is that what you're saying? Are you saying the dude abides?
The dude abides for sure. Get me a beverage. Hey man, watch it, man. I got a beverage. Love, put out the good love energy. You will receive great love energy, man. Trust me. I've practiced this for a long time and it works really well for me. So try it out, man. It's easy. It costs $0. Just, I don't know.
Ava, what do you think about the shape of the Earth?
I'm actually really new on the topic. I came here like 2 days ago to actually learn more about it. So I'm like a baby on the subject.
Cool.
Oh,
cool.
little noob. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. All right.
So may I ask, how'd you come across it in the first place?
I had a coworker at work who kind of knew about it, and he like brought the topic to me, and I was like, "Oh, that sounds interesting," and he recommended me the server.
All right. So you just decided to join and see what's up?
Yeah, I was like, "I want to figure it out. Like, I want to learn. It seems like an interesting topic." Yeah.
It's very interesting.
Nothing more interesting than this, what you're living on and standing on right now.
Yeah, exactly.
There's just nothing more interesting than that. So, welcome to Interesting.
Thank you.
Interesting Earth. We are interesting.
It's also a pretty good challenge. I mean, how do you know what you know?
That is true. Yeah.
We got to challenge you a little bit on what you know about what you think you live on. Just a little bit. We're not going to crack a bottle over your head or anything, but just curious to see if you know like how big the Earth is supposed to be and what you learned in school.
No, all I really have is like
approach it
my
differently.
school knowledge and like what I've like learned my whole life basically, which is like it's a globe, but like obviously like being here now, I'm learning more about it.
Cool. That's why we're here. That's why I'm here, is to still learn more about it. And every day I learn. Even I've been here, for a while, but I've been around this subject for 5 years and I'm still learning stuff every day. It's amazing. Thank you guys.
From a intuition way to look at it, do you like feel that you're in motion, or when you go and look around, does it like look like it's curving, or you
No, I don't
experience any of
really
that?
see a curve and all that when I'm out and about.
So you recognize that contradiction.
I do, yes.
Excellent.
And how does that sit with you? Is that uncomfortable, or is that interesting?
It's a little interesting and weird, like because I don't see this stuff, but like also it's out there. They're like telling you this, but like it's not like adding up,
There you go. Adding up. That's what we're after.
Yes.
We want to add up the see what it comes out at the end, man. That's why we're here. That's why life is, man. Adding everything up and coming to some conclusion, saying, "Hey, man, I think
Your approach, Ava, your approach is very rare. So I have to ask this, even though it's not necessarily exactly what the server is about. But since you seem so different, do you read the Bible often?
Not really. My parents though are like Catholics, though. Yeah.
Yes, that's what I wanted to hear. That's what I was figuring, that you seemed, just out of curiosity, it seemed that you might be part of a family that obviously may have mentioned the Bible to you in your life. Right. So
Yeah.
that's what I'm talking about. That for me, that's the big thing. But I don't really want to take you there. I was hoping that you were kind of on that side, but this topic makes it so that the Bible can be read and so that it can be understood. And that's what, it's a different thing for everybody, but for me, that's my outtake on it, that I can actually understand the words in the book. And even though there's a lot of people out there that think they understand it, but if they believe in something that contradicts it, that automatically means that it's impossible to understand the contradictory set of scriptures, right? So there's so many things that this is tied to. It's not. I'm not going to try to turn on the fire extinguisher, right now when you're trying to take a sip of water, but it's a huge topic, and it entails it basically, what it shows you is that we've been lied to about everything. So
Yeah, I get it.
Hey, Ava.
Yes.
Friday nights. I don't know. Friday afternoon, evening, night. They have.
I think it was Friday at 5, right?
Friday at 5.
Friday at
Eastern,
5 Eastern.
Eastern.
Mhm.
There's this thing called Ladies' Night, man. Jump in, hang out with the ladies, talk.
Oh, I will definitely try and attend that.
Yeah, check it out. That's all. But yeah, we're just here to. We're not here to argue or anything. I'm just here to answer any questions or help out. That's why we're here.
I just want to say real fast to piggyback off of what EXO said. We do accept all religions, but we try to stick to this. We try to stick to the science as much as possible, because this is an intellectual conversation. We do have Quran room, biblical room down below, where we do kind of, if we spiral out of control, we go down there and talk about the Bible and stuff. And sometimes we have Bible studies, but for the most part on the live stream, we try to stick to the science, right? Because the thing about it is that people wander off into philosophy and kind of lose touch with reality. Not that that's what the Bible does, but we try to stick to what we can prove in here, like as much as possible. And yeah, I'm probably earning a little bit of hate for saying that, but it's true. We try to stick to what we can prove, what we can verify, and what we can falsify. Well, that which is empirical.
Called science. Called science. Damn. How dare you, Hank? Stick to science.
Well, to be more specific, the shape or nature of Earth is not a scientific question.
It's a physical question.
Yeah, it's a direct measurement. Like science deals with cause and effect.
It's physical.
Cause and effect relationships is natural science. If we're dealing with the Earth, that would be natural. And you don't cause and effect shapes.
Right.
Shapes are what is questions. They're direct measurements.
Gotcha. I'm tracking.
So, yeah.
That's what we do.
What we usually end up doing is reteaching and remediating the misapplication or misunderstanding of what science is and how it's applied. And yeah, there seems to be a lot of people who have a misunderstanding of what science is and how it's applied.
It should be summed up. Go ahead.
Or even the scientific method, man, is extremely well not understood in modern schooling, apparently. I yield the floor. I yield.
Well, I see somebody in the chat that has things to say about the topic in chat, but they won't come in to the Discord. I don't know why.
Have you invited them in?
Oh, they've been invited. They've certainly been invited. I just noted the person making up straw men and fictitious non-claims, just as usual. I mean, if they came in here and did it, that would be more respectable. Please come in here and make the fictitious claims. But why do it out in chat?
Bob is out there. Oh my.
Yep. He's been invited many times.
You
Which
click the
Bob?
link there. Click the link there, science guy Bob.
Which one?
Click the link, man. Come on in. Anytime.
Well, many months ago, Bob made a statement about looking out of an airplane, and he made an incorrect statement. So I showed him my video, and he hasn't been in here since.
The funny thing, man, is that Bob, the science guy, would think that the guy that only sits there and eats Doritos and watches football games is fucking smart. You know, he's a smart, but we're sitting around talking about incredibly cool, amazing, complicated things. And he thinks we're not smart for some reason. And it's just
okay.
mind-boggling.
I mean,
it's just
Bob's got his belief system and his paradigm. And we live in America, which is great. You can believe and think whatever you want.
That's right.
But if you have claims about objective reality, then you need to provide evidence. And you know what? There's three types of people. There's the people that see, the people that see when shown, and the people who do not see. Right. And Bob just may be one of those people that don't see, and that's okay.
So it is okay. I'll let that slide, man. Bless you on that one. But yeah, we're sitting around talking about the most interesting stuff that you can talk about, man. Where you live is just it's so.
And it's okay. It's okay to say I don't know. It's okay to have mystery still in the world. Not all of the hard questions need to have answers.
Well, apparently they don't, because we're like 6 years into this. We're sitting around still talking about refraction and gravity and
sticks and shadows. Ancient technology that we can't, because it's a painful process to build it back. We can't do sticks and shadows anymore either.
Yeah, but yeah. So yeah. We're just the dummies out here, just asking questions. They're just dummies. They don't know math. They don't understand math. Did you see Math Powerland come out with a video a couple days ago? Where he's got a 14 part documentary or something? I don't know.
I haven't seen him for a while.
Yeah, I haven't.
He dropped some kind of like promo for a 13 part documentary that he's made over the last how many years? 6, 7 years of video. But you have to, like, it's really weird how you have to see it. You have to kind of go through this crypto, and you got to use crypto to sign up or something.
Okay.
It's interesting, man. I don't have it figured out. I'm just telling you what I saw, man. But when he did that comedy skit, man, where he stood up there and said, "Hey, man."
I forget the exact title, but did you watch This Crazy Notion or A Crazy Notion? His like first one.
His first one? No, I don't think I did.
Because that had his like almost complete versions of both his comedy presentations.
Yeah. Those were great.
I found that was interesting. I mean, back in the day, 2015, he was one of the guys that
Would they tell you?
opened me up to the idea. No, just his perception test, like photo painting.
Photo painting.
Like,
yeah, even that was great. Yeah, good stuff,
that's
man. Make you think, make
that's
you
a good one.
open your mind, and he's a good artist, man. I mean, I've seen him paint for hours on live stream. I mean, the guy can paint, man. I give him that.
I mean, he's kind of right. It's about the math, it's about power, and it's about land. So I mean, he had it pretty well thought out from the beginning. Yeah. I have to give him that for originality.
Exactly, man. And I mean, I really would like to see his documentary, man, is my point. But if I ain't going to purchase crypto to watch it or whatever, man, I'm not sure about that. Somebody will mooch it and I'll get a copy. I'm not worried. But,
well, I mean, support what you like. I'll check it out. I haven't.
Yeah, I mean, I'm more than happy to support. You know, I'd paid like, $20 to watch the whole thing or whatever, but it's just like you got to go through like this weird and set up an account and get some crypto through a certain broker, fuck all that, man. I don't want to go that far. So anyway, it's dude, flat earth is still getting pushed so hard, man. And it's amazing. And the guys that want to defend the globe are getting thinner and thinner. They're getting so thin now. Damn. So, but the focus shifted in 2020, somewhere around, I think it was March, equinox, somewhere around the equinox. And things got shifted out of order. I don't know if you guys noticed, but it's been a bit some other things on the top news shelf other than flat Earth. Now we had our heyday, man. Dude, we made it all the way to 60 minutes. I think they were trying to make us look stupid on 60 minutes. Or CBS, same company, whatever. Same fucking company. Sunday morning, CBS, 60 Minutes, all the same company. So they spent millions of dollars to try to make us look bad. But now, man, they're spending all their resources on this new thing, this cocoa thing, and it's been a bit of a headline grabber. A headline grabber. Yeah. Grabbing the headlines for sure. But it's still great to know where you live. Yeah, even though the system is completely at minimum, it's dysfunctional. But I would even go as far as say corrupt, but it's certainly dysfunctional. And it doesn't matter where you live, it's dysfunctional. It seems like that. Everybody I talk to, man, their governments have completely screwed the whole thing up. But they all agree on this new cocoa thing, man. You got to get cocoa puffed, and that's it, man. You either get cocoa puffed or you're a piece of shit. Thanks. Thanks a lot, man. That's a beautiful thing.
I heard something earlier tonight that I think it was Japan threw away like 1.5 million boxes of Cocoa Puffs because they found something black inside of the.
There was some kind of graphene metal thing in there.
No. It was dark chocolate. They found dark chocolate in the Cocoa Puffs.
Some magnetic dark chocolate, potentially. Yeah.
Could have been, yeah, could have been from the cereal machine.
Oh shit. Oh. Have you guys seen where guys have taken their cereal and stuck magnets to it? Seen those videos?
I've heard about it. I don't
Yeah.
know about all
I've
that,
seen a
but
couple
I've
of
heard
them.
about it.
Like I think there was like what are those cheese, not the cheese puffs, but something like that. Some one of those main brand snacks. You just pick it up with a magnet. You can pick up your snacks with a magnet. You don't need a fork. Thanks. Yeah, that's beautiful, man. It makes my day. Yeah, I've seen that too. Crack's asking me to post a video, man. Okay, Math Powerline. I can do yeah. It was like the promo video or something. Yeah, I can post that. Let me find it. Dude.
That reminds me, I think it's time for me to buy another photo or painting shirt.
Those are
the one I bought back in 2015 is kind of faded because it's been through the wash a few times.
I always liked it simple, man. Just says flat Earth on it. People will ask you like, "What's up with that?" Yeah. What's up? Oh, I'm gonna make you look stupid. You ready? Okay. I'm sorry. I don't want to do this to you, but yeah, if you have a flat Earth sticker or shirt, people come up to you, man. Tell them like, look, do you want me to make you look stupid real quick? Because they don't know the first thing about the globe, so they'll be like, well, of course it's real. No, I saw it on TV. But then you just ask them the simple, ask them the 3 questions, and you'll be like, they don't know anything. They don't know the speed of anything. They don't even know the speed of light, most of them. And that I learned that one a long time ago. But is it real? I don't know, man. 186,500 miles a second per second. 186,500 miles a second. That's how fast light's moving, man. What?
It's just an agreed upon convention. They don't really know.
Yeah. But it's one of those numbers, man. It's like the closest star is 5 light years away or whatever, 4 point something. It's like 26 trillion miles away. The closest star is 26 trillion miles. Yeah. What? That's just, what do they call that? Astronomical numbers.
I think one of the most funny things is Issa back in the day. He's like, "You want to sign my petition? What's your petition for?" Well, my petition is for we're going to get the song Twinkle Twinkle Little Star, How I Wonder What You Are. We're going to get that removed. We're going to get that canceled because we know what they are. So quit wondering about them. So sign my petition.
Right.
No longer allowed to sing that song.
Yep. Dude, they'll line up to sign it. That's the fucked up thing, man.
Twinkle, twinkle, bitch.
All right, there you go. Whoever was it, Crack Villain? Yeah, there you go. That's the trailer to the Math Powerland. Yeah, you gotta watch the whole thing, man. He's got 2 trailers. There's another one after that. So.
I'm in the car. I'll have to check it out later.
Yeah, check it out another time. Man. Go Math Powerland YouTube channel, man. You can find it. It's this first 2 videos. All right, moving on. Thank you, Matt.
Oh, he's got the craziest notion, flattening the curve. Okay.
It's
Yeah, his
good.
first one was this crazy notion.
Yeah. Yeah, it's good, man. I mean,
Yeah.
it's he's still doing it, man. He's still doing it. I think he had a few channels deleted along the way, man, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, I would love, to watch it offline or whatever, man. I'll find. Well, we'll get it. We'll watch it for sure, man. I'll definitely want to watch that, man. So, yeah, man. Getting so we're all in a giant Stanford experiment, apparently. Did you guys all got that one?
How so?
Apparently, in the Stanford experiment, they got people to they gave people
Yeah,
authority,
the
right?
guards and the prisoners. Yeah.
The guards and the prisoners, right?
100.
And that's basically what we're in now with this Coco thing, man. It's completely, you're gonna get to the point where everybody's got to have the Cocoa Puffs, or you ain't doing fuck all, And
Real
that's
quick,
kind of
real quick. All right, so we're gonna go down this other conversation, but real quick, what about geomancers in the room? Has anybody
Oh,
spoken to him yet?
Go
Yeah,
ahead.
what's up?
Yeah, he's kind of just hanging out.
Yeah, I come in, I go.
Right on, Gio.
What's up,
What is
Gio?
your-
You got some
What's going on,
questions?
guys?
You've been
What
listening
is
for
your
a while.
I
You
don't
got
got
some
questions.
questions?
No, I don't got questions. No, I just came in the channel right now, actually.
Hold on. What does your name mean, geomancer? What does that mean?
I guess like a mage.
Okay,
It's
so
like
etymology.
it's like an earth mage, right?
Right, an earth mage.
How ironic, yeah.
No, I'm a flat earther. I'm 100% flat. Yeah.
What are your 3 best reasons to be a flat earther?
Let's see. We can see too far. Pressure
What does that
system.
What does that mean?
We can see islands like hundreds of miles away, and the horizon's flat. Pressure systems, they have to be contained. You can't have a positive pressure system and a negative pressure system without a physical barrier.
Be careful there, because it's not a negative pressure system. It's just a very, very low pressure system.
Right. That's what I mean. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. But I mean, yeah, there's tons of proof. I've been a flat earther since like 2015.
Oh, nice. Old school.
Yeah.
Were you online back in 2015?
No, I'm not like making channels, like making videos.
Did you go to any meetups or anything?
No, I never been to a meetup. No, I want to, but it's hard. I'm in New York. There's not too many people here in New York,
Back in the day, there was lots of people in New York.
Really? I don't know.
There's David Weiss. Issa was over there in New York.
I think David is from Connecticut, but I'm sure there's a few people around here. It's just it's hard to connect with them and stuff.
Did you see the sun and moon and zodiac clock app that David Weiss made?
Yeah, I heard about it. Yeah, I haven't checked it out though.
In the next couple days, there's going to be a People Finder update where if you subscribe, well, you don't have to subscribe to get it, but you can see the other flat earthers around you. And if you subscribe, you can actually send messages back and forth and meet up.
Oh yeah.
And that's coming
cool.
within the next 2 days. So,
Oh, that's pretty cool.
so
Yeah,
you
I'll
know,
probably give it a try. Why not?
So, pretty cool.
But yeah, I'm just chilling in the room, not doing anything. I like to just sit back and watch, hear people's conversation.
I get it.
Yeah.
As to the Cocoa Puffs, depending on each particular situation, if it's a company policy, they may be discriminating against you because of either a religious or medical reason, which you may have cause for relief. If it's a municipality, a city, a county, a state mandate, then they may be depriving you equal protection and due process under the color of law. You may have remedy that way, but it just depends on which particular situation you might find yourself in if you come across one of those situations with the Cocoa Puffs. Just keep in mind that the United States is founded as a republic, not a democracy. And a democracy is three wolves and a sheep go to dinner and they vote on what they're going to eat. And the three majority wolves get to eat the sheep. In a republic, three wolves and a sheep go to dinner, but the sheep has a shotgun and the wolves are bound by their agreement with the sheep that they can't eat the sheep. Because in a republic, the majority rules, but their first duty and obligation is to protect the rights and freedoms, and life and liberty of the minority. And a minority is not your race, color, sexual orientation or preference or vaccination status. A minority is one. Because when one person's rights are diminished, everyone's rights can be diminished.
So the condiments are supplied by the defense industry.
What?
You're talking about two wolves eating a sheep, right? I was saying the condiments are supplied by the defense industry. You know, war makes a lot of money.
Oh yeah, it's just a way to kind of show majority rule versus protection of individual freedoms. Not necessarily any, military industrial complex association. It's just fundamental difference between a democracy and a republic. But we kind of have both. We have the public democracy layered over the top of the foundation of the republic.
It's a republic if you can keep it.
Yeah. Everyone's, most everyone are convinced that they're a U.S. citizen, which is a federal citizen in the democracy. There's not a whole lot of state citizens left, or people that understand the difference. Because Maxwell v. Dow states that U.S. citizens may not be protected under the first 8 amendments to the federal Constitution. That's just case law. The other thing is that the Constitution didn't have any amendments in the first place. The Constitution was the contract between the states and the federal government. When the framers got done, showed it to the people said, wait a minute, where's our contract? And so that they went back and they wrote a different document. It's called the Bill of Rights. In the Bill of Rights, They're not amendments, they're articles. So your rights are not protected under the Constitution, they're protected in the Bill of Rights and in the Declaration of Independence. And forgive me, I may be breaking up.
No, I hear you good. I just posted a video of something I posted on Vimeo earlier, and it's just a crowd of people that think mean well, but I wish they could hear what you just said. If you watch the video, you'll understand why.
Can you give me a brief synopsis? I'm kind of driving at the moment.
Well, it's at Pioneer Square in Portland, Oregon, and I just showed up there like around 3 o'clock or something on Saturday, just to like hand out some flat Earth flyers, and talk to people. And I just heard some chanting, so I turned on my GoPro and start riding my longboard over to them. And it's just a bunch of people chanting something Afghanistan. I couldn't even really quite tell, but there's something in unison, like free Afghanistan or something. And they were basically advocating, I guess, for letting more refugees from there to here. But it was just kind of strange because it wasn't really a lot of speeches. It was just them chanting stuff. And like when I showed it to my friend earlier today, he turned it off about 3/4 through the video because he was just like, it's just freaking annoying. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's what he said. It's just the chanting was just outright irritating. And like, I kind of agree with him. But again, I think that they mean well. It's just, they just don't know what the hell they're doing, I guess. I don't know. One way or another, I don't think just standing around chanting is like going to help anybody, But I've seen this sort of thing a lot in Portland. And anyway, I was just walking around the crowd handing out flyers and telling people that the earth is flat. And then in the second video, I was trying to go through the 3 points, this one woman there. But then she walked away at the second point because everybody was just marching down the street, like the whole crowd. She wanted to stick with the crowd. So I was like, didn't really finish the 3 points. But it was interesting because, like, I had said that the earth is flat to so many people in the crowd, but like none of them seemed to even have even the slightest bit of like, like ball-tardness, if you know what I mean. It's kind of interesting.
They were all focused on the chant rather than getting triggered and defending their.
Well, no. That's what I mean. Is no, not that. What I mean is, I was talking with them about the Earth being flat, and they just, like, you gotta understand. Some people take it to heart, being like, oh, I was never fooled. No, they could never fool me. No. And then other people are like, oh, they lied. Okay, they lied. And that's about 70% of the people out there. It's only like 30% or less that are really truly like, no, they wouldn't fool me. No, it's just not flat.
Right.
What's ironic is that They say they can't be fooled, but they're fooled by the globe.
Yeah, another funny thing is that since there were a lot of Muslim people in that crowd, I kept like asking them about the Quran and referring to the Quran as I was handing the flyers out, you know? And like I even
Hey,
asked
doesn't
one guy
it's
in
like
there, you know, like how do they describe the Quran? Like a rug? And he's like, yeah, like a rug. I'm like, yeah, here, take one of these. Yeah, that's right. Like a rug. Flat.
like a carpet, spread out like a carpet, right?
Yeah, the way they say it, the way that I've heard it more often is laid out like a rug, which would mean, yeah,
Yeah.
okay, fucking flat rug.
Yeah, I mean, what are you gonna put a carpet around? You know, it has to be flat. Put a carpet around the bowl.
That's another funny thing about Math Powerland. I liked his intro. Like, a lot of people can be making jokes tonight, but I'm going to talk about the joke that's been played on all of you. Oh, I see. Everybody went up to check it. That's what's going on.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
watch the fucking next one. I gotta go to bed in like 10 minutes. Something. I don't know. Is anybody here, man? Is everybody's muted? Dude, it's so quiet. I'm the only one with the mic open. Okay, I'll piff. I'll piff out, man. Well, it's Monday morning. It's Monday morning. I hate Mondays. I love Mondays, actually. I do. Maybe you guys don't like working. I like working. I like taking care of my work. Just, being reliable. Doing good work, man. Feels good. It does feel good. It's a good thing. All right. Yeah. So nobody else is chit chatting. We got what? We got Will. Serious.
Dude.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm gonna stop at this next rest area and probably get a few hours.
Yeah. All right. Well, cheers, man. Yeah, I need to stop pretty soon myself, but just everybody's muted except me, man. So that doesn't happen too often.
No, I can see Nicholas. I can see Nicholas lighting up, but I can't hear him.
Yeah, I can't hear him either. But
well, I wasn't talking.
There he is. Okay, we got him. Welcome, Nicholas, to the 24-hour live stream on YouTube. Voice chat, whatever you want to call it, man. Thank you, Nicholas, for checking in. I checked somebody in. Woo! Hey, how about that, man? It's been a minute.
Good job, dude.
It's my first time, man. I'm a total virgin. Seemed like a good guy, flat earther for a long time. Come on in, man. Tell us what you know about the flat Earth and the globe Earth too, man. We're all in. We're all ears. This place is amazing where we live. Let's figure it out. 5 years later, myself, man, I've been digging into this. I'm still here. I'm still interested on more proofs of what we can see or can't see, or what we can measure. What we can measure, man. We can measure stuff. Damn, we're amazing people. Anybody got a tape measure? I'm gonna measure this globe we're supposed to be living on. It's not working out, man. Got a bit of a problem here, man. I can see too far. That's the problem. It's So, Nicholas, you went up to the top of the tallest building in the world. Tallest building in the world, man. And you look.
How many floors? How many floors is it, and how high did you get?
I guess it's 600 and something floors. But let me Google it.
Yeah. Check it out.
Isn't there like 2 or 3 different observation decks? I think there's at least 2. There's one a little bit lower down than the tallest one. Did you go up to the top observation deck?
I went to like floor 130, I guess, or something like that, where there's that telescope in Burj Khalifa. I don't actually remember the exact floor number, but it was high enough to see.
Right.
Yeah,
And
it's
how was that?
160 floors and 828 meters.
Damn.
Right.
Damn.
How
That's
cool was it?
how amazing was
Well,
that?
it was cool because it was in the winter and the clouds were like below us, you know?
Yeah, I know. Yeah,
I
beautiful.
I
Man.
totally know. I get that same thing when I go up to the mountain here in
Yeah.
Idaho, and there's an inversion over the city. Like when you're up on the summit, you're above the clouds, so you look out and all you see is just like clouds. It's just like a sea of clouds.
There's like a higher point in here in Dubai, which is
Right.
Al Jis Mountain. Uh, Let me check how tall is it. It's almost 2,000 meters.
2,000 meters, right? Yeah, that's the
Yeah.
highest point.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you were like,
I haven't been there, but I'm planning on going very soon.
Cool.
well, being in Dubai, aren't you on the ocean? Is that right? You're right there on the ocean.
Uh, from my house to the beach, it's like 3 minutes.
Beautiful, beautiful. Yeah, you're close. Yeah, you go out there and look at that flat, bendy water. You see the bendy
Yeah.
water? There's no bendy water, right? Ah, it's beautiful. It's nice to know the truth, man.
So,
It's
so when you went up, did you just look out the telescope, or did you take like a P900 or a P1000 and get pictures, or just a regular camera?
Actually, no, I was looking with my own eyes. Then with the telescope that was like in the same place, I didn't bring like anything from my own.
Yeah, they have those observation telescopes, giant binoculars, right? Binoculars you can look through and see the flat horizon, by the way. That's all.
How much was it for a ticket up the tower to go to the observation deck?
Something around 200 dirhams, which is like about 50, I guess, $50.
$50, huh? 50
Yeah.
quid. 50 freaking quid. Damn. That's pricey, man. That's pricey. Bastards. Bastards. Charging $50 to go up there, man. Damn. Anyway, I live near Disneyland. They charge like, I don't know, $150 to go there now. $200. I don't know how much it cost. But you can go to Disneyland for one day for like $150. That's, if you don't spend anything else, it's crazy, man. It's a lot of money. A lot of money. Amusement, and fantasy. You guys know about fantasy, Disneyland? Fantasyland? You guys ever been to Fantasyland, man? Come on.
Yeah,
Gotta
I
go
don't
to
know.
Fantasyland. It's all a fantasy, man. Where you live, it's a fantasy. Disney.
I vaguely remember
Disney
like
is NASA.
It's Disneyland, man.
NASA is Disney for adults.
Disney
Yeah,
for
pretty much.
space tards, I'll call them. Yeah, I was a space tard once. You guys know that. I mean, I went to Kennedy Space Center, stood there. Oh my, amazing, amazing. The big rockets. They got big rockets. You know, rich guys like rockets. I've heard. There's a good
Yeah,
song.
rich guys like rockets, and so do the babes.
So do the babes. So do the babes. Yeah. The dames. They're called dames. Back in the day. We called them dames. It was back in the day. Everybody's wearing a mask in Dubai, by the way. If anybody was curious. I got that from Nicholas, man. Gave us the insight on that one. Interesting.
Yeah, and if you don't wear a mask, the fines for citizens are like $5K, which translates
Yeah,
into like
and
$2,000 US.
2000, yeah.
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 Cray cray.
Ah, wow, that sounds so diplomatic of them.
And there's another fine of like going to Abu Dhabi, if you know the city, the capital.
Yeah.
If you entered it with like the PCR test, you have to do 3 PCR tests while you're in Abu Dhabi, like before leaving. I guess every 2 days you have to do it, or 3 days. And if you don't, you will get a 15,000 ticket, which is about
Damn. $1,000 fine. 15,000 for not taking the test. For just not
which is
taking
about 4,000, I guess, dollars.
$4,000 not taking
Yeah.
the test.
Do you get fined if you test positive?
No. You just have to take the test.
Do you have to pay for the test?
It depends. Like there are free places and there are places that like when you can get the result faster, you have to pay about $30.
You know they were testing like animals and fruit and like shoe leather,
Right.
and they were getting positive results, right?
Oh yeah, the president of Tanzania.
I love him. He's
Yeah, I
dead.
heard about
by the
that.
way. They killed him, by the way, I think.
Yeah, and the president of Haiti, they killed him too.
Yeah, like that. Yeah, there
Crazy
you go.
shit.
Anybody going against the New World NWO, man, will be removed.
Oh no, this is beyond the NWO. This is the OWO.
Yeah, the OWO. I'm down with you, man. I'm there.
It's the one. It's the one world. It's the one world government, not the new world. The new world order is already here. New world was started to be put in place when allegedly Columbus discovered the new world. Now we're going for the one world.
The OWO, man. Oh, I love it. Yeah, that makes sense completely. Oh. You guys are awesome, man. Keep it going, man. Don't give up.
Can't stop, won't stop. All right, y'all. I think I'm going to call it. Good speaking with you. Be well and blessed. Until next time.
Oh, yeah. See ya.
Hello, can't be good or will be flat, I guess. Not many people here, huh? Everybody's busy doing something else, I guess. Is what it is. This is the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live. Best place on earth to talk about Earth. Don't even know if my mic's working. Probably roboting. I'm driving around. It's Monday, August 30th, 2021. Just had a big hurricane in Louisiana here in the U.S. Remnants of it are headed toward me here in Kentucky, if anyone cares, which you probably don't. Main purpose of this established Discord is to examine the claims of the globular model of Earth, which we were all taught that we live on. Said Earth is supposedly a spherical shape, which means it will have curvature in all directions. This said ball is supposedly in several different motions as it goes through space, or the vacuum of space as they describe it, which is a near perfect vacuum, which we can't prove can even exist because we have gas pressure, and we have no demonstrations of gas pressure existing next to nothing. So if anybody happens to be listening on YouTube, since your first time listening to this stuff, come on in, we'll tell you about it. Just bring honesty and curiosity. If you bring ridicule and condescension, you're not going to last here very long. Because we've heard all the arguments. We know what they claim to be, and they can't prove any of it. Not one shred of scientific evidence or measurement evidence for said spinning monkey spaceball religion, as QE would say. This is where we're basically stuck every day, and a lot of people probably get bored with going over it. I do too, but I'm working, might as well do something while I'm working. So we need the curvature, the motion. I guess we'd like to know where you got the Earth motion. Prove the globe, don't prove the globe, ain't see it, which is pretty much almost nothing. So that's where we're at. I really don't know what else to say. I'm not even sure if anybody wants to hear it. So I'll shut up. This has been Dead Air Day for your 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live. Anyone happy to come in here, discuss, bring your civil honesty, and bring your skepticism of the globe model that you were taught that you live on, like it was a fact, and it's far from that. The short version of it is they looked in the sky and made a bunch of stuff up and made all the math work. Then they put it in textbooks. So now everybody thinks that's where they live. Smart scientists figured it out. Smart scientists like Glad Float, right?
Yeah, sure. I'm a scientist. Yeah, sure.
So like, surely
For
somebody
today,
figured,
I can be a scientist.
somebody figured out somewhere how to measure curvature and motion and all that, right? No problem.
Yeah, I just wanted to come say hi to Dave and get beget. And if Will B Flat is there, hey dudes, I'll be back on later. I just wanted to come say hi. And so anyway, I'll see you
Cheers,
guys
man.
here in a bit.
Say
Yep,
hi to
yep.
Iggs. Iggs too. He's here.
Iggs is right there. Yeah.
Cheers, brother.
So we need curvature, motion, and existence of said Earth in the vacuum. Iggs, you got any of that?
Bro, I've been feeling this fucking spin. I don't know if it's because of the Earth or me running around in circles. I don't know. I get confused. You know what I mean?
That sounds like it's that's your personal motion. That's not an Earth motion, I don't think.
I think so. Have you seen, Dave? Have you seen those games where they take? I think it's an American thing where they grab the baseball bat, they put the forehead against it, and they do the circles around it, and then they try to.
Yeah, and then they try to walk. I've actually done that myself when I was younger. It's not easy. You usually wind up on your ass or your face, one or the other.
I've seen the ones where they try to hit the T-ball. You know what I mean? They actually walk up to the ball that's on the stand and they try to whack it. That is fucking hilarious, bro. And that's what would happen if you were on a spinning ball.
I've seen some people try to swat pinatas with that, doing that too. Spin around first and they try to hit the pinata. It's pretty funny. Sometimes they'll hit somebody standing next to the pinata.
That's how it would feel if you were on a fucking spinning ball, bro. I can't imagine it feeling differently. You know what I mean? All these fucking, you got like, I don't know, 5, 6 different vectors of fucking motion, bro. You know what I mean?
Yep, and it's funny how the creator, the source, whatever you want to call him, gave us this vestibular system which detects motion in our bodies, right?
Mm-hmm.
But everybody just thinks that gravity or whatever just nullifies that somehow magically, I guess. But you can feel every other motion. When you get on a roller coaster, you feel it. You get on the Gravitron, you feel it. When you go up a big hill on the road, you feel it, right? You come back down a big hill, you feel it. But we don't feel any of this earth motion. That makes no sense. Think about it. People out there.
No, none whatsoever. It's pretty amazing. Like I remember when because I did biology and all the rest of the shit. Like when I was in overseas, they teach you biology, geography, chemistry, all in grade 5. Yeah, these are your normal subjects, and like maths, like you would here in Australia, doing year 12, your last year of high school, we get taught that in like grade 5. So I come here and teacher tries to explain, Earth spinning around, the bucket in his hand, and he's swinging around, and I go, but the water is inside the bucket.
Yeah, the water's
What do you
under
mean?
totally different circumstances than what you're trying to prove.
Yeah, I go, yeah. And I go, you're flinging it. I go, try going a bit slower. I even said that to him. I go a bit slower. Don't go as fast as you can. He goes, what do you mean? I go a bit slower. As the water will tip out. I go, no shit, Sherlock. So I got you in 2 ways. I got the water's not on the outside, and if you don't go a certain speed, the water will fucking tip out. Okay, we have Houston, we have a problem here, and he didn't like me. Pointing that out.
Okay, guys, I got. You guys ever play Castlevania? Sorry, this will be quick. You ever play Castlevania, like the?
I spent too many
Nintendo
hours.
game.
I spent too many hours on Castlevania, cracking the whip and
Yeah, yeah,
killing the
yeah.
little
Okay, so
demons or whatever. Yeah.
so I got a riff. Check it out.
Yep.
Oh shit.
Yep,
Shit.
that's the Castlevania music.
Yep.
For sure.
Yep. Cool.
Yes,
Anyway.
master.
Yes,
Yes, master.
Yeah.
You got
All
it.
right. I just wanted to try that out on you guys. I'm gonna write a song now. Anyway, I love you boys. I'll see you. I'll see you, boys and girls. I'll see you later.
Yeah.
God bless you, bro.
You're
Love
gonna
you
make a
too.
song, the Castlevania song. That'd be pretty cool. Can't
That's
wait
right.
for that one.
That's right. I'll name it "Cracking the Whip."
There you go.
Cracking the whip.
All right. Check you guys later.
Cheers, brother. Oh,
Yeah,
boy.
Castlevania was a classic game on the N64 system. I played it with my son when he was growing up. It was either that or NBA basketball. He used to beat me at both of them. Or James Bond, GoldenEye. He used to kick my ass at that one too.
GoldenEye. James Bond, the license to kill.
Yeah. Yeah. You always try to get the golden gun because it was the most powerful one. He would always grab the golden gun and shoot me in the head before I even got a pistol, usually.
Yeah. Nothing shows love like grabbing a golden gun and shooting your father on the computer with a golden pistol. You know what I mean, bro?
Yeah, that's some good influence there on it. Learn to shoot people in the head.
I know, bro. But you've raised him to be a good man. So,
If he's a fine young man, he's already got me 2 grandchildren. They're 4 and 1 years old. But I hope they got some kind of freedom to grow up into, is all I can say. All this nonsense going on.
I hope so too, brother. Well, we're here, and I'm going to say this loud and proud. I'm sick of these apathetic, fake, spiritual Christians, whatever you want to call them. It's up to us to make a change, brother. That's my personal view.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I don't care what religion you attach yourself to, that's your choice, but it's time to stand up for your
Step up.
creator and stand up for the
Well
rights
said.
that the creator endowed you with. He wants you to be able to breathe the air that he gave you. He wants you to be able to use the lungs he gave you correctly. He doesn't care what concoctions these pharmacia guys come up with and what bullshit they tell you.
Correct.
I just wish it's sad to see such a small percentage of society just going back to, wait a minute, I've got a God-given immune system. Y'all can fuck off with all this bullshit. Anyway,
I'm
I'll
with
shut
you,
up.
brother.
We're not supposed to talk about that. So
Yeah, I know. But the point is for us to stand up and stop this. Oh, it's been said and da. No, nothing is set in stone.
yeah, all
God
the
gave
people out
free
there,
will.
if there's anybody listening to me right now that's just going along to get along just because everybody else is doing it, you're the problem. You need to take a
Correct.
step back and stand up for your fucking rights. Sorry, go ahead, Eagles.
Yep. I was gonna say we need to stand up. God gave free will.
Exactly.
Free will. He didn't say sit here, wait for something to happen, mystically. He said you are to rule, subdue the earth, do the right thing, the correct thing, the righteous thing.
All right.
And change things. Not, we're all going to die. No. He didn't say we're all going to die. He said, go there, do the right thing, correct the shit. So I think me and you are on the same page, Dave.
Yep. People
This
should
apathy has to stop, bro.
the free will to do as they'll will. You can use that for good or bad. You know, a hammer, you can build a house with it, or you can hit somebody in the head with it. It's just a hammer.
100%, brother. Yep.
So whatever tool you utilize in your life, you can use it for good or you can use it for bad. Your choice.
100%, brother.
So
The full saying is, do what they will, but do no harm, which people don't know. But
yep.
those guys at the top know, you do no harm, do your will, but do no harm. Hence, be with like-minded people, as me and you are. Do the correct thing, but don't steal and lie to people.
Yep. You're getting a simple golden rule. It transcends all religions or belief systems and everything. You know, just do unto others as you'd have done unto you. I mean, it's pretty simple, people. Mind your own business. Fuck off. You know.
Yep.
Government, get out of my health system. Fuck off.
Correct. I think
when did the government decide they take care of everybody's health? Bullshit. Right now, invisible bugs flying around through the air. Anyway, I'll shut up.
Nah, bro, you're all right. Please continue because I say this stuff and I think people might be sick of hearing my voice. You know what I mean?
I know people get sick of hearing mine.
Nah, bro, no, you're good. The government is
I don't have a whole lot.
fiction.
I don't have a whole lot of time to do research. So I don't have a whole lot of stuff to talk about. Usually, I just call bullshit on the globe. You know, show me these measurements of this ball. I need to start there. You know, but they don't exist. We wouldn't be here 6 years on if it existed. It's just a fact.
100%. Yep. It's
Y'all live on a ball, but we can't measure it. Okay, really? Wait a second. What do you mean you can't measure it? Just trust us. It's a ball. No, let's not do that. Let's see some measurements of said ball, please.
Hank, you've got $1 million in your account. You don't see it, trust me, but it's there. You know what I mean? You have to give these absurd sort of metaphors to get across to these people. You know what I mean? It's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's just getting people in touch with reality. I mean, the very basics of this whole thing is it's a ball, so we should be able to measure this ball, right?
Yep.
If the measurements were there, we would see them. But every time we go out to measure them, it's flat. So that's a problem.
Yep. It should be fucking curving in fucking all directions, not just one. Should be fucking curving in like 360 degrees. You know what I mean? Just like, not one-way curve, which people miss out on. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Should be curving left to right, front ways, in all degrees, in all a manner of degrees, but we don't see fucking none of it. So.
Yep, that's
Animals
the issue for the globular enthusiasts. This globe is bullshit, people. Sorry. Deal with it.
Love the way they keep on asking. So what is it then if it's not a fucking, if it's not a globe, if it's not this, it's not that, bro? I don't know what it is. All I know is that it's fucking flat. We don't fucking assume a shape.
Give us NASA's budget and the freedom to explore everywhere, and then we'll start telling you what it is. Before that, shut the fuck up.
Fucking I concur with that one, bro. I agree. Give me $60 million fucking a day.
The freedom to independently explore wherever the hell we want to go. You know, even if we die.
Yep.
Some of us would probably.
But that's our right, our free will.
It's our God given plane of existence. Why can't we check out what it all looks like? Why does it all have to be a space agency that's telling us what it is? That's not fair.
It's ridiculous. Yeah. I got I got Sunny to look up how much space agencies there was because I had a feeling about something, and he looked it up, and there was 72 space agencies, bro.
Yep.
If NASA's getting what $60-70 million a day, the shittest one wouldn't be getting less than I don't know 5-10 mil. So fucking hell, how much money is it getting siphoned into this bullshit? Let alone the subsidiaries, other smaller corporations fucking profiting from it. You know what I mean? So fuck the amount of money that's gone through that shit, man. That could feed everybody, bro. That money could. There wouldn't be a poor person on this plane of existence.
There wouldn't be homeless people. Wouldn't be no hungry people. There wouldn't be any people in desperate situations. Unless there's some of their own accord. But you know what I mean.
Yep, exactly. Everybody should be given. I think this is my personal view. Everybody should have a roof over their head and food. And if somebody wants to have more, they can have more. Work hard for it, not a problem. But the basic necessities: a roof, a bed to sleep in, with some food, is I think
How can we call ourselves an advanced civilization when we can't take care of the basic necessities for everybody?
That's beautifully put. Yep.
I mean,
all
we've
this
got
money, all
every
this.
day there's millions of people who wonder where their next meal is coming from or where they're going to sleep that night. That's not right.
Yep. And this is in, so-called Western civilization where me and you live, brother.
Yep.
There's majority of people don't want to be homeless. Majority of people don't want to be fucking hungry. Majority.
Yep.
Some people, fair enough, but majority of them would like to sleep, in a house or an apartment, whatever, and would like to have some food. But I don't know why. They keep on building these buildings and houses, and prices go up. There's I think what is it, 7 times the amount of dwellings than people, which is, you know what I mean? What the fuck is that?
Yeah, I would guesstimate that there's enough empty housing for everybody to have their own house, and then plus maybe 2 or 3 more houses. I might be way
100%.
off. I might be way off, but it's probably close to that. And if you count all the
No.
empty office space and empty church space,
Oof, yeah.
I got nothing
You're on the
against
ball, brother.
churches. I drive by just here in Kentucky. I drive by a big church. It's sitting on like 4 acres, and it's a building covering most of those 4 acres. Why do you need to be that big? That could be how many houses on 4 acres.
Brother, if they just practice what they preached and let in the so-called homeless, which they're not homeless, they're houseless, have a place to sleep and give them a meal, which they are meant to do by their own teachings and writings. They're not allowed to shoo off anybody that's in need. They don't do it, brother.
I'll be right back. I got a call coming in.
Okay, no worries, bro. Yeah. These people don't do it. It's fucking... It pisses me off. Glad I got that off my chest.
That was like a robot call alerting me that I needed health insurance. And I told him to click goodbye.
I thought it might be the IRS.
I
Robot
get calls.
IRS calls.
I get robocalls about, do you owe a bunch of back taxes all the time? Just click those off too. 'Cause I don't want to
They've
talk
been
about
doing that a
taxes,
lot.
but
Yeah.
I don't give the government anything they don't deserve. Let's leave it at that. I mean,
That's the way to do it, bro.
every time I fill up my car, they've got about close to 30% of that is just government taxes on the gas price.
Yep.
So I'm paying my fair share right there, as much as I drive. But anyway, is there anybody else on here who wants to talk? Any new people? Elbow TV is one of those crazy globe deniers. He might talk though.
Tell us about your globe, Elbow. Come on. Rock. Come on, brother. He doesn't want
Got
to.
the right. He has the right to remain silent, and he has the ability right now. It seems like. So we're just chilling at 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. We need some proof of the globe that everybody thinks they live on. Thank you. But we're the crazy ones.
Yep.
We're the ones that actually examined what the claims are, and they do not pan out. Not even close. Every experiment I've seen in the last 6 years that goes out to find curvature fail. No curvature. We got laser experiments going at least 26 miles. We got the black swan showing a horizon 10 miles further than it should be. At least 10 miles. I'm being generous to the globe when I say 10 miles on that. But we've got islands hundreds of miles away. We got lighthouses that work that shouldn't be able to work on a globe because they should be underneath curvature from the boat to the lighthouse. But don't worry about technical reality details like that. It's got to be a ball, right? Because you saw it on TV.
The TV told me.
If it's on TV and it was in my textbook, it's got to be real. Because those two things back each other up.
Correct.
They both corroborate each other. So there you go. You got a ball in space and nothing. Makes sense.
In a vacuum that expands, which is oxymoronic. I don't know how a vacuum can expand, but that's a whole nother story. Yeah.
Well, if I see too far, I'm assuming he's not a globularist. Does he want to say anything?
I'm good, man. I'm just waking up. Haven't even had coffee yet. Sitting here with a freaking headache from banging my head on the wall.
You don't have to talk. I just got one question. What was the first time that you saw too far? You remember it?
Yeah, the day of my birth.
Oh, okay.
When I opened my eyes.
That's a good answer.
I like that one.
Just for me, doing this investigation, when I went to a lake and I did a mirror flash of the sunlight across 8.5 miles of the lake, to me, that's the first time I said, damn it, I see too far. I'm not on a damn globe. I mean, I was pretty sure of it until I did that, but, I saw it with my own two eyes,
I've always believed it, but lately I've experimented with it way more than I ever have before because of the whole movement in the last 8 years.
Yep. I mean, once you confirm, at least for me, I confirmed that day that water is laying flat. There's no way it's staying in a ball. So we know that they've told us this oceans are 70% or whatever. So we don't have big balls. We don't have big balls of ocean. So come on, people, it's not a ball.
And just the fact that the sunlight the sunlight reflection off the water is a long stream of light. That's one of the
Yep.
things that I always pointed out as a child. How could that be? Because light shines off of a ball in a spot, not a
Right.
long line. It only shines down, a reflective surface in a long line. As soon as you bow that surface, it becomes a spot.
Yep.
So
That's why the specular reflections are such a strong evidence, because you've seen those, right? Like a calm
then
lake, and the mountain is reflected perfectly in the calm lake, and we're looking over like 20 or 30 miles of lake. So, the only way that would happen is that lake was laying flat. The water's laying flat.
right. And the
So,
corpuscular rays of the sun. I always thought the sun was just right there. It's like, how could it be anywhere else other than where they point to? It's just ridiculous to believe that light can travel through nothing. You have to have something to propagate a wave in for light to travel. Okay, so if space is a complete vacuum, there's nothing to propagate a wave. And I'd like you to know I am uneducated. I graduated the 8th grade without being able to read or write because of severe dyslexia, or just flat out refusing to read or write all through school. But they claimed dyslexia, and I went with it. But nevertheless, the school systems didn't educate my ass, so I don't even really know what I'm talking about. I'm just using their own damn words. But as far as I know, you can't propagate a wave in nothing. So if there's a total vacuum out there, you can't propagate a light wave. You can't propagate a sound wave. A wave is a wave is a wave. So don't, there's just utter nonsense trying to convince people that 93 million miles away or some horse shit, there's this magic wave that can propagate itself in absolutely nothing and travel all the way here. And That's
yeah,
just
that's well
utter
said, man.
nonsense, man. It's just crazy shit, man. I don't get how they could even think shit like that.
Totally absurd. I agree. We've got a new person just joined the call here, but they don't have any roles. Honey, I'm home. I don't know if there's a mod that wants to try to talk to them. We also had Godric join if he wants to say something. He's one of those crazy globe denialists, too.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Morning, Godric. What's the good word?
I was just doing some math on how much planes would have to dip, and I haven't seen these numbers, so I was working on them. 8 inches per mile square, right? So commercial planes are flying 500 miles an hour, right? Makes sense?
Yep. Yep.
So if you orientate your plane every minute, you're traveling 8.3 miles a minute on a 500 mile an hour commercial plane. 8.33 miles a minute crossing distance over the plane. So if it were a sphere, at 8.33 miles, you have how big here? Just I think it's
somewhere in there.
41.
Yep.
46 feet, 46.2 feet of curvature. So it is, noticeable. I mean, you'd have to every minute, if you were to orientate your plane, every minute of your flight, you have to dip 46 feet, which to orientate your plane every time. You reset in orientation.
Yep, and the Glober's only answer to that is lockstep atmosphere, Velcro atmosphere. The gravity automatically adjusts, so the pilot doesn't even notice it.
Now the problem with this is if you're in a Concorde jet, which flies 1,000 miles an hour, now you're in trouble. Mm-hmm. Now you're moving 16 miles, 0.66 per minute. And that means every minute you have to adjust, orientate down, dip 185 feet. That's if you readjust every minute, which probably they don't do it every minute. They may do it in 5 minutes, in which case you're talking about,
That's actually a good point, because now we're attributing to gravity, if you believe in the globe, that no matter what speed the object is traveling, the gravity's making that adjustment. So we've got adjustable gravity, I guess. is what's going on, right?
Yeah, the Globers were saying, "Oh, gravity will do it for you."
So adjustable gravity, that kind of makes sense. Okay.
You know what's
No,
funny is that every time I've asked somebody to explain how gravity actually does it, like to explain it scientifically, they just can't answer it and they get all mad about it.
Yeah, you know those targets that are covered with Velcro, and then they got the opposing Velcro ball, and you shoot it at it. That's how gravity works.
I've heard Glover say torque will torque your plane around the sphere. I heard him say gravity will lower you down, but gravity will lower you down on a level, not nose first, right? So gravity by itself will not orientate your plane around a spinning a round sphere.
Yep, it's all nonsense, but getting people to be aware of that is the problem.
There's one thing I'm not sure of. When I'm checking, they're telling me that the planes fly 2 degrees with their nose 2 degrees tilted up.
Yes, that's what I've heard from most pilots. You want to have
Now
a
that works perfectly on a flat plane, but now we're
under your
talking about
wings.
that works
They gotta have
perfectly on a flat plane.
Yeah, they
But
gotta
if
have
it was a sphere,
They have to have
Go
a
ahead.
2 to 3 degree
right?
tilt up to make the aerodynamics work correctly.
I've heard
Sorry,
3
go
degrees,
ahead.
right? But
Yeah.
How do
I
you
don't
get your
know
hands on a
how.
flight manual? Sorry about that. How do you get your hands on a flight manual? To learn how to fly. To learn how to fly a jumbo jet. How do I get my hands on a book? I want to learn to fly a jumbo jet. How do I get my hands on a book without going to college or school?
Probably won't get.
I want to learn myself.
I won't tell them. I wouldn't tell them it's flat if I were you. They might not give that book to you.
Well, because it says it's flat, and that's what I want to see. So somewhere out there, we've got a pilot that has a book in his hands that says that he was told to act as if he was flying on a flat plane. In his flight manual says that, and I want to see that. I want to actually see the book. I'd like somebody to crack open that book and take pictures of that section where it tells pilots to act as if they're flying over a plane while they're operating the airplane only. You know,
like 99%. Like 99% of airline pilots come out of the military, so they flew for the military for many years first. I don't know of any buddy who came out of private sector and started flying for American Airlines or anything like that.
Ah.
And all the military
It's
manuals
an
will tell you
inside
they're flying
job.
over a flat, non-rotating Earth.
Right.
All military manuals.
Well, I've seen that, all the documents and.
Yeah.
Oh. I think 4-wheel-drive clubs would be easy to point out the flatness to. Because I've been in a lot of different. I don't belong to any club. I never have. Never would. Belong to any group. But I've went with them, and I've pointed out, wow, look at how far you can see. Man, I used to say that to all my kids. Remember that the most, you know, me pointing out the next town over, the next city over, the next skyline, the next set of mountains. It's like, look, way off in the distance, you can see some more mountains, man. You see that? How is that even
Can
possible?
someone undeafen me? Like, I have a small problem. I've been deafened for quite a while now. And I need someone to undeafen me.
You can't hear, but you can listen. No, I don't get that. How you know we're talking? Oh, your mic is muted? I
We just
heard him
heard him
talking.
talk.
Right, so.
Who was that?
I'm confused.
Is there a mod in the house? Are you here, Lou? Who was that talking?
I think I just undeafened you. Was that fast something? Now he left.
Now, back on the planes, I don't know how you can dip if your nose is pointed 3 degrees upwards. I don't know how that's possible.
Right.
I know that
Dippy dip.
I know the pilots who can comment on this, who are Globers, are very happy to show us the satellites, the compasses, they talk about lift and drag and all these things, except mention changing their orientation downwards. They'll tell you everything. They're going to tell you trust your equipment. And on top of that, they have an autopilot, but they'll never tell you how they'll have to orientate the plane down to dip down to keep with that sphere. No matter all the stuff they're going to tell you, they won't mention that.
Yep, and you'll never get a real answer for that question either. I never do. You'll get bullshit and Velcro gravity and all that.
And if they don't dip, they're flying flat, right?
Yep, just if you think about it, even when they first came up with planes, the Wright brothers, if that story's true, whatever, that should have debunked the globe right there as soon as they started flying. But, that wasn't the direction. That wasn't the direction the powers that be wanted it to go. Go ahead.
When I flew from Midland, Texas to Phoenix, Arizona, it was a small commuter flight, but we hit a lot of turbulence, and I could feel it drop every quarter inch, man. You could feel it lift and lower, and you could feel it drop feet at a time. You could feel it drop 100 feet at a time when it hit pockets of turbulence. So saying, it's just everything they say is just crazy. So we already all know that. But you know what I'm saying? I could sense the slightest bit of motion in that plane. Every little bit of motion. You could sense if it starts to turn a little bit, it as soon as those rudders move, you feel it. You feel the pull to one side or to the other side. You feel the weightlessness if it starts to drop a little bit. You feel the pull of the magnetic pole, as you start lifting. You feel it, I don't know.
Yeah, only anti-flat earthers are saying you can't feel it.
Because that's what I feel is a magnetic pull on my body toward the ground when I'm being lifted off of it. I still feel that pull. Even if I'm being risen upward more and more, I'm still feeling that pull pulling me back down. That magnetic, I don't know how to explain it. And then I'm pretty dense, so.
Mrs. Musk.
Anybody know what I'm talking about? Has anybody ever experienced that? Well, next time you're lifted off the ground, even swinging on a swing, when you feel the lift, okay, you'll also feel that you're being drawn back downward at the same time as you're lifting. Just pay attention. Use your own senses. Trust your own feelings.
Yeah, if you fall off of something, you'll definitely know what down is.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I believe in a smaller plane, you can really feel it a lot more than a bigger plane, right?
You even know, is my point, when you're at that weightlessness point, you even know which way is down. You feel it drawing you. You feel your static connection. I don't know how else to explain it. I can feel it. You should test my theory and see if I'm right, because I can't test it on other people. Only they can. But I believe you can always feel the earth beneath you. You can feel it pulling on you. No matter, All right.
Yeah, no. I know the feeling you're talking about, but I wouldn't call it pulling. Is the only thing I take issue with.
But I feel it going up. I
when
feel it coming down. I feel it even when I'm in the middle, when I'm weightless, and it's like swinging on a swing is a good example. And you always feel that downward. Okay, go ahead. I'm interrupting you, bro. I can't help myself. Go ahead.
Well, I got I think the link from Mrs. Musk about the air flight manual, and I took a picture of it showing the pilots have to assume a flat, stationary, non-rotating stationary plane while flying. Does somebody want me to try to find that link? It's somewhere. I have it somewhere.
Wait a minute, which link?
The flight navigation manual that shows pilots must assume flight over a flat, non-rotating.
Yes, I wanted to see that.
Find the document.
All right, let me try to find the link. Hang on.
Please. Yes, I don't want to see that for a while. I appreciate that. Thanks, bro.
Document. Post it in the chat when you find it.
Yeah, when I took that commuter flight, because all the turbulence, the wings were flapping up and down a whole lot. And I pointed out the windows and told everybody, look, the wings are going to come off. I was joking. But they took it serious, and a couple of them started freaking out. They told me if they could throw me off the plane, they would. They just made me sit in the
Yeah,
back.
you can't be joking about
This is
stuff
back
like
before the marshals and all that were on every flight. You know, this was back in the early '80s when I was young.
Yeah.
I was just a kid.
Sure.
But still, it freaked everybody out.
I've said that. I've done that too. To be honest, I just lean over and I point and I say, "Look at that wing, up and down, up and down."
Well, I stood up and hollered it in the middle of the plane, pointing out both sides. Oh my gosh, the wings are coming off!
Who's that climbing on the wing?
Oh yeah, and here's what's funny. If there were a shitload of fuel in those wings, do you think they'd be able to flap up and down independent of the fuselage like that?
Have you ever driven a water truck?
No.
Well, liquid has a habit of doing whatever the fuck it wants.
Yeah.
And it will throw you for a loop if you think, you gotta respect that liquid.
Yeah.
Moving.
You're not taking
to,
it 30,000 feet in the air and just kind of.
But what they're saying is they have it inside of baffles. They have it in bags, right? And as the bags empty, there's never no air for it to slosh, and the bags are strapped in tight, and they like tighten themselves as they empty. That's what they're saying. Fuel's in. So that's how they're getting away with the slosh and stuff. So I can see that. That would still allow the wings to flap because their bladder's not. And their bladders just get flattened.
Man. They would flap more and more as they got emptier, though. It's not a consistent weight.
I think you're right. They'd be flying like a freaking bird.
You need to look at the weight. You need to look at the weight. Consider the weight because I've done this. You look at the weight, the load that they're able to carry, and then look at how much that fuel would weigh.
Yeah, it
doesn't matter.
It's like 50 trucks worth. No, it's more like 2 tanker trucks full. I don't know how much it is, but there's no way. Because when you're flying, the only real big consideration for fuel, at least, is the weight of the goddamn thing. So you're going to spend less money on fuel and the ability to get from one place to another, the lighter the aircraft. No way around that.
I don't believe that they do anywhere that they say they do. First off, I think that's all a lie. I don't really believe that engines run the way they say they do. Not after seeing that guy's stuff that he brought over from wherever, the Ukraine or wherever he brought it over, and the CIA stole the shit from it. But it was about propulsion and stuff, and
there was a guy.
There was a self-driven propulsion system that was turbines. It was turbine based. So
right.
And There's no doubt in my mind that that's what those motors are, and they don't really use fuel. They just use the energy out of the air. And the
Yeah, I
fuel
agree with
thing is
that.
just on us.
Here's what I think. Yeah, I think
Who
it's a
knows?
mixture of those things because
I don't know.
you know how your car works, how it just spurts out little pieces of little spurts of gas as it goes, right? You
Oh
know,
yeah.
it's basically running on fumes. I have a sneaking suspicion that that's a similar way how the planes work. They do bring some fuel with them, no doubt, but it's just not a lot.
What kind of vehicle do you have?
Jeep
You have-
Cherokee.
Oh, perfect. 4-cylinder or the 6?
It's a 6 inline
Oh,
6.
nice. Okay, that's a good strong motor. Love those motors.
Yeah,
Okay.
for sure.
Take a gas can and cut a hole in the top. Get yourself like 3 hoses the size of your air intake. Okay, or one big hose would work great of your air intake. Okay, and which is the actual intake is what, about 2.5 inches is all you really need at the most. Okay, so you run that into the top of a gas can, and just before you start the Jeep, and disconnect your fuel line. All right, shake the gas can up, and just stick the hose in the top of that gas can. Cut a hole for that the hose to go into, and just leave it to the top, and then open the cap and just put like a loose rag in there for air filter, so air can get into the can. All right, and just give it a little shake, and then go ahead and start up your Jeep. Make sure your float bowl's completely empty. You don't need freaking gas to run your engine. You don't need to be spraying gas in there. It'll start right up, and it'll smooth out after a few seconds. It'll adjust itself, and it'll just run off the fumes that's breathing in out of that gas can.
Yeah.
All right.
I know, man.
And
I know.
you can give it gas, vroom, 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 and the more air it sucks in, the more it'll whip on that, the fuel making gases, and the more gases it'll breathe in.
Absolutely. And I think that they make it that way so that they it's all about
Polluting
making
the
money.
air, it's
People
poison.
well, it's polluting the air. Well, and
give
then
us
people have to spend
cancer.
more money on gas, right? People got to buy more
Yes.
gas at that point because they're wasting
And
it.
it gives us all cancer, and because
Yep.
we're all breathing the pollutants. Yeah, it's all designed. I mean,
Yeah.
man, I've seen, when I read my great grandfather's journal 5 greats back. Okay, Henry Fuller. He was one of the founding fathers of the American Medical Association, and when I read his journal, like 10 years before they even started the footwork of the American Medical Association, because I believe it like started in 1830 something, but they started the footwork in 1808, I believe, is around there. But in like 1798, he wrote in his journal that he just met with a group of guys to kill the medicine men. I don't know why I said Indian. To kill the medicine men, the natural healers, and the shaman, to destroy them, to get rid of them, so they could better push and sell their snake oils, potions, and pharmaceuticals. Okay?
Correct.
And that was
Correct.
back in
Hang
the
on, I got it. Hang on.
1700s, and that was my great grandfather.
That's crazy. That's fucking
And I
crazy.
read that myself in his
Hey, man,
journal.
hold on, I
Go
got
ahead.
food being delivered, so I gotta run for a sec,
right.
but I'll be right back. Good talking to you. Hang on.
Bro. That's why. Is anybody else in here? No, it's just the 2 of us.
Yeah, I'm in here listening. I'm looking for those documents.
Oh,
looking
okay.
for the flight documents. I know somebody's posted them here and there a lot, but I can't seem to find them right now.
I'm here, but I'm driving. I don't know if I'm roboting or not.
Nope, not bad at all.
We have a VC verified in here for y'all. You want to talk for y'all?
Yeah.
Hello, welcome to server.
Hello. My mic's crap, so I don't talk much. But
It's okay. What brings you to the server?
Just to learn like people's point of views. I don't know if this is relevant to add to the conversation, but I know the Queen and a lot of other senior royals, they've been linked in the disappearance of like native kids. It's really terrible, like in Canada. I don't like the royal family.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of us have heard of that. Yeah, recently.
Yep, that's interesting. I mean, we generally try to stay on the shape of the earth here, but that's an interesting aspect. Yeah. Go ahead, son. You got time to talk? I'm probably gonna be robot.
No worries. So, Frial, how long have you been looking into this topic?
Not too long.
Okay. And what have you found so far?
Not much, to be honest.
Okay. So you're pretty new to it. So, do you believe that you're on a spinning ball in the vacuum of endless vacuum of space?
Yeah. But I don't think we're in a vacuum. I think we're more like a molecule in just a big thing type deal. But
Okay. Okay. So, what proof do you have that Earth is a sphere?
the other planets.
Well, looking up at your ceiling light doesn't tell you about the floor you're standing on, so it's kind of a red herring.
True. I mean,
Yeah.
true.
So
Like, we don't have
we're
any
talking
proof
about
of anything, really. So,
we're talking about
what
the
do you think?
surface. We're talking about the surface of Earth. It requires a certain amount of curvature. So do you know of any time in history when somebody's measured Earth's curvature?
No, I don't.
Okay. How about axial rotation? Do you know of any time in history that somebody has actually detected axial rotation?
Not really. I don't know how they do it, but I think that killed the Neanderthals.
Okay, so you
When
believe that somebody's measured curvature and that somebody's detected rotation, but you're not absolutely sure of what method was done or anything like that, right?
well, probably by looking up and looking at the stars and charting how it goes, astrology.
Well,
What do you
once
guys think of
again,
space?
we're not
Like,
looking up at the sky though yet. We're not up in the sky yet. We're still on the surface of Earth, so we're going to stay here, right where we're standing.
well,
We're going to talk
that's just
about
one of the
Earth.
questions I have about flat earthers that I wanted to ask. Like, what do you guys think about space?
Okay, I'm getting to that. So, for one, curvature to you is just a belief because you don't know of anybody that's actually performed a direct measurement. And the same thing with rotation. So far right now, you've gotten information from somebody somewhere in your school or wherever, and they've said that Earth is curved, so you've gotten this information secondhand. You don't have any way to verify it firsthand for yourself. So it's just a belief right now. Now, the third point we like to ask people that come in new, so curvature, rotation, and then the third point is we have gas pressure here on Earth. We're told that we're in an open system and that this vacuum pressure, this pressure we have on Earth is next to a vacuum. So let me ask you this. How can you have gas pressure next to a vacuum?
Gravity, I'm gonna guess. It's like, yeah, gravity. It's like when you put water on a penny, it doesn't all like equally disperse. It has water tension.
Yeah, we're not talking about surface tension of water. That's a
Yeah,
totally different thing.
I'm not. I failed science in school. I don't know
That's
shit
okay.
about it.
That's okay.
So,
Yeah. That's okay.
you know,
See, that's okay. So the thing about gas pressure, young man, is that you need a physical container to achieve gas pressure. You can't have gas pressure without a physical barrier. Yeah, in other words, you couldn't even measure gas pressure. We wouldn't even know what gas pressure was unless we put it in a container. Hold on. Unless we put it in a container and measured it. You can't measure gas pressure without a container.
I don't think that's true. I'm
Okay,
looking out my
well,
window and looking at like a cloud. I feel like the cloud is more dense than the air. I can see that.
they are. Why are they floating? Why are they floating in the air then, if gravity's so strong?
Because it's water vapor. It's a gas.
Right.
Gases
Why?
are denser
Gases
and
go
more lighter than
omnidirectionally.
the
Yeah. Why? Well, so gravity is not. Gravity is not in effect apparently when water vapor is going up because it's denser than the air and it's still going up.
Because I think the vacuum of space is less dense than air.
Yeah, but the thing is, you can't have a pressure next to a vacuum without a barrier. This has never been shown. You would have to demonstrate gas pressure without a container in order to prove what you're saying.
I don't think that's true. Because I mean, here's another thing that you can't really trust because we're living in a post-truth era. But you watch the news and it's got high pressure points and low pressure points.
Yeah, we're
There is
inside a
parity.
pressurized system. We're inside a pressurized system already.
Moving. So
Okay, so you're invoking gravity. Which gravity are you talking about?
I think the Earth's gravitational pull.
So are you talking mass attracting mass?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you know that you're 106 years out of date? That mass attracting mass has been completely replaced, superseded. It's debunked
By what? What's it been replaced by?
by general gravity, by general relativity, by Einstein, 1915. So if you're going to say gravity is a thing, we need the valid hypothesis. Hold on. In order to prove something scientifically, you have to have a hypothesis. First, you observe a natural phenomenon. Then you create a hypothesis to say this phenomenon is the cause. You need to manipulate the cause in order to show a cause and effect. So we need the scientific paper from 1915 with the valid hypothesis, including the experimental control variables. Namely, the independent control variable, that's the one that needs to be manipulated by the experimenter. So can you go look that experiment up from Einstein 1915 paper and find us the hypothesis with the variables?
I really can't be bothered with that. Like, I've just come here to listen to people.
Right, but you're invoking gravity and you don't know anything about it.
No,
So what
I
I'm telling you,
I've failed science. We don't know anything about anything, really.
okay, that's fine. I'm educating you now, though. So here's the thing. We need to have a valid experiment for gravity to show that it is a thing. If it hasn't been proven through experiment, it's not real. It's imaginary. That's why it's still called a theory. If it wasn't unknown still, they would not call it a theory. Once something is proven for a fact through experiment, it's no longer called a theory. It's called a fact.
No, because the same experiment can have multiple outcomes. I don't think that's how it works. I don't think if you do an experiment, that means that thing is unfathomable and just out there as completely 100% fact.
Well, it also has to be falsifiable. How can you falsify? Wait a minute. How can you falsify gravity? How could you possibly falsify gravity?
How do I know?
Well, I'm telling you, if something cannot be falsified, then it fails the test of empiricism.
What's imperialism got to do with it?
Empiricism is that something is observable, measurable, testable, repeatable, and falsifiable.
Colonizable. It's just cap. Like.
So gravity's never been proven. to be a cause of anything. You're only watching an effect.
Okay, I agree with that.
Yep. So
Yeah.
the cause of this effect of things going down, things don't always go down, and everything does not go down. Gases do not go down. They're not obeying anything that this gravity is trying to, that you're trying to say gravity is doing. It's not working on gases. Why is that?
Because that's how mass works, isn't it? I don't know. But I know that gravity exists and there's still air. The air is still affected by gravity.
No, let me correct you. You don't know gravity exists if it's not been tested and proven so by experiment. You just believe it is, just like the curvature, just like the curvature, just like rotation. You have a belief, young man. It's not been proven. You only have this thing in your mind because they told you.
Okay.
Okay.
I don't disagree. It's why I'm here, but
Okay.
I don't...
Good. I think you're on the right track. So you were honest about answering those. So now what we've done is we've gone out and measured the surface of Earth. We found there's no curvature at the rate that is required by the globe size claim. They say we have a radius of 3,959 miles. You can go out and look at this yourself. You can go make an observation. 5 miles. There should be 16 feet of drop in 5 miles. That is measurable and it's observable. We don't see that. We don't see this drop anywhere.
You do on the sea. You do on the ocean.
Where?
When you look out in the ocean, you don't see America.
No, because you have a limit to your resolution of your eye. Your eye can't see that far. How could you see America? It's not possible. What is the height of America compared to the distance to England? You need to do You need to do a ratio. Listen, young man.
With a telescope,
You need to do a ratio of New York City. Let's say New York City from Dover. Wait a second.
With technology, if the world was flat with a telescope.
You still can't see forever. I know they told you could see millions and millions of light years. It's not true. You can't see forever, period. Because there's such a thing as angular resolution. The human eyeball cannot see forever.
Okay. I kind of get that. Like, if you were but
at
the same
listen.
time I don't, because the way aperture works is the further you get, the smaller your aperture would get. And
Exactly.
you'd end up getting a really small aperture, but it'd still be possible.
So now look, even if you have the most powerful camera or a telescope ever created, even if you had that device, you're only going to be extending your resolution so much further, and then that device will reach its limit also.
Yeah, and then they use like gamma waves.
So even with a telescope, you can't see America from Europe. It's too tiny, small.
Did you say gamma waves? Did that person say gamma waves?
Yeah, she said gamma waves.
Well, it might mean radio waves. Yeah,
I don't know what kind of waves. You get what I mean.
Radar. Well, that's good that you brought up waves because radar can see objects at other countries on the flat plane. So because radar can look through some atmospheric conditions, so it doesn't bother it. But of course, we have a limit to our eyes, and that's why we even use binoculars sometimes. When we use binoculars, we're not looking over a curve, are we? We're still looking straight out and flat, right? So that proves that we need assistance to see farther out, right?
Yeah.
There you go, Sonny. Go ahead.
Sonny, can you hear me?
Yep, I can. I'm typing.
I just posted 2 pictures of distant observation. One down a sidewalk, another one with street lights above. And if a young man could just take a look at that and see how small distant objects will be.
Yeah, Frail, thank you. I appreciate that, Godric. Frail, are you able to see in the live stream voice text?
Yeah.
So you're looking at the images that Godric posted at 44 minutes after
yeah.
the hour. Yeah.
I see now. Scroll
You
up.
see how that? You see how that? It's called perspective works. Yeah. Everything converges into a vanishing point. So those lights aren't actually setting. Those lights, those street lights, are the same height from the surface.
But if
But
you
they
got in the middle
appear.
of the road,
They
and you
appear.
got, if
Go
you
ahead.
got put in the telescope and you got into the middle of the road, eventually I think you'd be able to see the drop where it stops, and then you'd be able to look out into space.
No,
couldn't
you still
like
you
you.
still couldn't. No, you still couldn't. You would still, even with a telescope, the same thing would be occurring. It would just be further out along the plane. Yeah, telescopes. So, listen, do you think a zoom device is zooming in over a curve?
No, it's not.
Okay.
It's
Straight, right?
making the aperture smaller, and that's how
Yeah,
it gets
right.
bigger.
Right. But our vision is a line of sight, right? That's a straight line,
hmm
right? Okay. So we see in a straight line. We don't see over curves. So all you got to do is go watch a boat disappear out in the ocean to where you can't see it at all. It's completely gone from your vision. Get a zoom camera, zoom it in. The entire boat comes right back. If it was going over a curve, how could you zoom back in?
Well, you wouldn't be able to see it anymore if like.
I can show you videos of people doing exactly that, though.
But there's also mirages. Sometimes it actually looks like the boats are floating on top of the water, like in some
Right,
situations.
but that is only an optical effect. It's not moving a physical object. You're still seeing a physical object. You're not seeing a mirage. I'm going to put something in the live stream here called the Black Swan. Have you ever heard of it before?
Nope.
Hey, Sonny,
Nope.
can I be heard? Before we
What's up?
continue, I just want to get it out of the way. For y'all, how old are you?
20.
Okay, fair enough. Go ahead, Sonny.
You don't sound 20, but that's okay.
Well, I'm female, but it doesn't matter, really.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Okay. So do you see this Black Swan image?
Laughing every time he said a young man.
I know. Sorry about that.
Wasn't sure if I missed a conversation where that was already answered.
Hey, at least he was polite about it.
I definitely thought it was a girl. I just heard you guys calling young man, so I was just like, oh, maybe it's just like a guy with a high voice then.
Yeah, I apologize. We have had we've had some young British boys, and they've come in here, and it's kind of hard to tell. So I apologize. No problem.
It's fine.
Yeah. So if you're looking at the Black Swan image,
Mhm.
you see those oil rigs?
Mhm.
Okay.
When
So
it goes
on the top is called a modus tollens. So what it says is, at the top it says, if P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P. So it's a really simple logical statement. Basically what it means is, if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, that is P, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, that is Q. That would be the geometric horizon. Okay? So if it's not Q, in other words, if the horizon is greater than 9.41 miles, therefore not P, Earth is not a sphere. So if you look at the image, can you tell me where you see the horizon in the image? Is it before the oil rigs, between the oil rigs, or after the oil rigs?
It's after.
Okay. So we have the original video of this. You can look at it yourself. You can see the camera setup. He's 1 foot above the water. Why is this horizon 10 times further than it's supposed to be? And there's the original video. You can look at that. Also, I have another image that's just slightly darker, contrasted. So you can see that horizon a little bit better.
Black Swan.
Yep. So take a look at that video, and you can look at the image I just put up at 52. You see a timestamp there on the original video that's above it. Timestamp 2 minutes 22 seconds. If you go right there, you'll see right where I took this still or this screenshot. Yeah, so we have a horizon. We have a horizon here in this image alone, Frail, that is 10 times further than the geometric requirements of the ball Earth. The geometric horizon, or in other words, where the curve edge should be dropping away after that point, should be at 1.22 miles. Should be a dropping. And at 10 miles, there would be 66 feet of drop. You would not see that second oil rig at all. Or at the very least, you would see just the very tippy top of it. So do your own research, Frail. Look at the information down below in the channels. There's A through Z information in different categories. Look at all that. There's beginners, introductory videos, things like that. I would suggest you take a look at this.
So why do you think that they want us to believe the Earth is a globe?
Why would they lie, right? Is that what you're saying?
Why would they lie?
Well,
Yeah,
see,
I
everyone.
understand, like, the government lies, but what is the secret?
Well,
Like,
think
I
about
just
this.
couldn't
Okay?
imagine we're all this.
Well,
Like,
think about it like this: how would we determine the motives of some other people, whoever they may be?
because
We
we're
we,
the
wou- we
same
wouldn't. You can speculate at best, right?
you think.
The only way you're gonna have a definitive answer to that question would be like a signed confession from them, and then even then, they could be lying. So
So the thing is, why did your parents tell you Santa Claus was real?
I don't think they did.
Okay, well maybe you were lucky and you never were told Santa Claus was real. Okay.
I was aware of,
Michikaku
like,
or
the
whatever his
concept.
name is. Sorry.
Father Christmas, I don't know, whatever you called it.
Maybe
Just
they're
for
trying to tell us the truth, but the populace just won't open their eyes enough to see it. So they're afraid if they come out all the way, it's just going to break society. And they can't get underneath the lie because they can't get the majority of the people to open their eyes. They tell us the truth every day. Michikachu, whatever his name is, he did
Yep.
it. He said everything is such an outrageous probability that it just can't exist.
Yep. So there's as many reasons as to why people lie as there are human beings. Everybody here is going to have a different opinion about why someone would lie. So people lie for all kinds of reasons. Mostly it's control of something.
If I could add on to the Black Swan just for clarity for her for a second. That's just one example of at least hundreds that we have. We've got laser experiments. We encourage you to go to a body of water and do this yourself. That's not just a one-off example. I just wanted to be clear on that. So we're establishing with that one picture, though, that the globe does not exist as they tell us. So why they lie about it is a secondary proposition. We need to establish that a lie happened, and from there, would you agree? You still there, Freyon? Was I roboting?
Yep. So
You're okay, Dave.
Yeah, so here's the thing. We have the crime scene right here in front of you. You see the black swan. That is actually proof that they lied. The reason why they lied, at this point, I don't really care why they lied. I don't need to know why they lied. All I see is that they did, and we can investigate the how they lied, exactly how they lied. Because we've taken their numbers they gave us, and we went out and tested this on Earth, and we found out it was not true. The size claim they gave us has certain geometrical requirements in order for it to be true. So we falsified the radius. Earth is not a ball.
What do you think it is then?
A flat topographical plane, the entire size of which no one knows. No one's been to the extremes of Earth. We're in a closed system. We have gas pressure here. We're in a container. So therefore, go ahead.
Sorry.
No, it's all right. Go ahead.
Do you think it's like a Petri dish? Like...
No, don't
Well,
think of it
that-
as an object. Try to do this. Try not to think of the Earth as an object, because that's what they've done. They've told you the Earth is an object, and that's the deception. It's not something that, you can get really big and tall and go up high and see the whole thing. It doesn't work that way. That's what the cartoons tell us. But Earth is a very special place that I could describe to you, but it might be a little bit too biblical. So you got to be careful with these terms, because we know that most people aren't ready to talk about that. So I'm going to have to back off this topic. However, it's not what they told you. It's not an object floating in space.
Make like a big pond. We're inside of it's got a short way around us. There's several islands which we call continents, and we all live on the continents. And that's the way it is. We're fixed, we're stationary, we're not moving. Everything else is a clockwork above us. Like the song says, the wheels in the sky keep on turning. It's the clockwork above us. The wheels in the sky keep on turning. It's a big clock, and that's all we're seeing above us, and we can't prove nothing from what's above us, what's on the floor. So you can't look at your ceiling and look at the light bulb and say that, well, the rest of my room must be a ball because the light bulb is a bulb. That's ridiculous. So, everything above us moves. The ground is stationary, fixed.
Yeah. So do you realize, Frail, in your everyday experience here on Earth, that no one here, including yourself, experiences curvature, rotation, any of those two things? We don't experience that. So, because our senses are there to tell us kind of where we are spatially, right? Tells us like directionality, like which way is up, which way is down. If I fall down, I'm going to hit something hard, right? So like, our senses are what are there to tell us these things. So if somebody's telling you something that is going against all of our human senses and saying that, that you live in a ball, but there's no curvature to be found, then therefore the burden of proof is on the people that are making that positive claim of the ball Earth. Do you understand that part?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So the claim is on the globe, and all we've done is ask for proof of this globe, and 7-8 years later, we are still here because nobody's provided us any information to prove the ball Earth.
I just don't have anything to add. That's why I'm being silent.
No, that's very good. It's probably the way it ought to be, because this is a lot to take in. So I would suggest just take your time, do your own research. You don't have to believe what I'm telling you or anybody here. You need to go out and do this yourself. If you live near some water, take a Earth curve chart, find out how much drop over distance, go look at some long distances with a binocular or a zoom camera, see how far you can see, and then look and see how far that is, and then determine how much drop there should be in that distance. It's very simple.
Most important, trust your own senses and feelings. Don't believe anything anybody tells you. You can rely on the inner ear to tell you if you're upside down or upside up. It knows level. All right? So rely on your own senses. Just trust yourself. Sit back, put your hands on the earth, and look up at the sky. Trust your own senses. Let it tell you what's happening. Your body will tell you, without a doubt. And believe that and trust it. Don't let them convince you of nothing else.
And also, Frail, Roger mentioned something. Do you know that we have a ladies' night here on Fridays? Are you aware of that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Heard of that.
Yeah, you
check
should
it out.
show up. I know it might be a little late for your area, but it's 5 o'clock. Is it 5 o'clock Eastern, you guys? I think so. 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
That's correct, Sonny. I don't know if I'm marking or not. That's correct.
Yep, you're working.
Yeah, like Sonny said, it's a lot of information to take in, so we understand if you don't have a question. If you do, feel free to ask. That's what we're here for.
That silence actually kind of tells me, it's an indicator that you're being honest with yourself, because if you have that silence, that means you're thinking about this. So, yeah. And someone should be able to give you the ladies' night tag so you can... Oh, there we go. Somebody already did. Thanks, Roger. Or I think it was Roger.
Well, since you already loaded her up, we might as well throw in the... they tell us the Earth is approximately 70% water, and the natural behavior of water is to lay flat and level when it's not manipulated or have forces acting on it. So if it's 70% water, how does it evolve? I'll shut up.
Most of us went through a period of disbelief where I can speak for myself. It took me months to get through that period of disbelief. I couldn't believe what I was seeing everywhere I looked. Every time I tested it, when I looked at long distance observations, I saw the same thing. And I kind of had this realization over and over and over again. And it took me a while to kind of settle into it and be comfortable to feel that I really understood it in my body, like someone else said. So give yourself that time too.
Yeah, and just so you're aware, Frail, you're not alone in not being able to answer those 3 questions. We've had PhDs in here, pilots, all kinds of people from different fields, and nobody has been able to answer those 3 questions about the 3 positive claims of the globe Earth: the curvature, the rotation, and the vacuum of space. Nobody's been able to answer those 3 questions.
And to be fair, there's a lot more questions just like that. All we had to do was pick 3 and just kind of stick with them, because there's just so much proof, so much evidence against the official narrative that we were all raised thinking. So yeah, it's understandable that there's going to be a big paradigm shift. It was for me. It was for everybody in their own way. But I wouldn't have it any other way. They say once you go flat, you never go back. It's not just because I'm learning some actual truths about my reality, but my thought processes have gotten a lot more crisp. I feel more connected with the world because I'm actually learning about it. So, yeah.
So, do you guys have any like theories on why they are lying to us about it, or like what? Why?
That's a good question, man.
Literally
Well, I can give you.
thousands.
I
Sorry,
can
go
give
ahead.
you. And hello, my name is Elijah. Welcome to the server. Um, I'll tell you the reason that I've come across, because obviously I can't tell you the intentions of why someone else lied to you, right? No one can do that. But I have read a lot of their work, and basically their reasoning for why they take this position is one, because they don't want to challenge the current paradigm of their time, and two, because and that relates to the people who are bringing this information, like Copernicus, people like that, right? And two, they don't want to look at the earth as the center. They don't want to look at the earth as favorable or special in any way. And these are the words that I've read from them. So that would be the reason that they have decided to go with this worldview. Now, the media, as the media often does, or the mainstream, so we'll go with the curriculum also being the mainstream, they kind of give you quotes from these people, but they don't give you their complete synopsis of what's going on. So it's not even that I would fault anyone. It's just the nature of mainstream information and how it's carried to you, and the words of these people themselves. So I hope that helps.
Cool. Yeah.
Like everybody said, we're all speculating, but you know, this thing has went on for generations, and a lot of people are just going along to get along. They're believing what they were taught. So the people that are actively lying is probably a very small number. If the one word is just control, if people control what you think you live in, wouldn't that give those people an advantage? So let's say they know there's some more land somewhere out in the South Pacific that we don't know about. So that's just speculation. I'll shut up.
No, I think it's like an idea, because to be honest, I think that they have a lot of land underground. Like, I think that they've made a lot of underground space, and they're keeping people there. It's like, and that's how they're like
Like
generating a lot
the
of
deep
money.
underground military base stuff.
It's a bit mental. So no.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like one of the ways I look at it is like it's because they even admit this, right? We experience the Earth as being flat and motionless. So, like the moment that they can convince you that the reality you experience is actually completely the opposite, it's like you start off on the wrong foot. It's like you don't have a basis in reality, so everything that's built upon that, is just going to be just as fallacious. Like it kind of opens the door for more lies to be told to you, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I just want to add something to maybe bring more clarity. That do you realize, Frail, that most every one of us here used to believe in the same thing you do? Did you know that?
I mean, yeah, because we're all taught it.
Right. I mean, there's a few of us here on the server who were actually raised in geocentric households, which I find amazing because I didn't have access to that information. I didn't know anybody who grew up in a geocentric household when I was growing up. I never heard of such a thing. So we had to take what we learned and we had to go, wait a minute, something's not right here. Once I found out there was something wrong with the story, then I had to go check it for myself. If you're one of these people that is curious about where you live, now that you found this information, it would behoove you to do some more looking into it. And you know, the lie thing is one thing, but the actual empirical data is what I think is more important, because when we look out onto Earth, that's where we're looking at this place where we live. So let's, you know, we decided to start there. And like, I followed the footsteps of people who were making these measurements, doing these observations. I could look through it myself. I could find the information, the mathematics that they were using. It's a geometric question. I could go out and test the geometry myself. You can do this also. And
What
you know,
do you
like
think
you,
about the equator?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
What do you think about the equator? Because, you know, the equator goes around the center of the Earth, and it's where it's all hot and dry.
Well, here's the thing. So like what Dave was trying to allude to is water's nature is it's always flat horizontal on the top surface. Everywhere we look at water here. So all the water is horizontal to each other. In other words, wherever you are right now, if let's say you're in Britain, if you point to the west where I am in California, you could point to the west. You could point to the west right now and look at your arm. It's not going downward. It's going outward along the plane, because you inherently know this, that water's always flat.
To address her most recent question, the equator isn't like a real location. It's just been decided on based off of like where the sun travels. So it goes as far north as the Tropic of Cancer and as far south as the Tropic of Capricorn, and midway between those two is what we've called the equator. It's just about the path of the sun. It doesn't really have anything to do with a ball.
Right. So you could think of it like that. That's a really good point. But I would start with that water's flat. So whatever this equator, it's not going around a ball. Okay. That's the first thing. It's hard to get that out of your mind, but we're truly not on a ball. Australia's not upside down. Planes don't fly from the U.S. to Australia and then somewhere in the middle start turning and turning until they become completely upside down. This is ridiculous. That they told us this. We bought it. So the equator, yeah, that's a imaginary line that they put on a ball. So if you want to think of it as that, you can still have a circle. You can draw a circle on a table, and you can have a circumference of that circle. It's still on a flat surface. Right. So maybe we could put a few videos for you to look over. I think that 200 quotes that Elijah was mentioning is a really great one to look at if you're interested in that topic. Also, things like, well, probably you get the best idea if you look down below this live stream into the different information areas. Like there's long distance observations, there's the laser tests. Just so there's not like a emptiness where we're telling you information. We want to provide you with data that you can look at yourself and go through it yourself, yeah.
If my mic's working right now, real quick, I just want to thank her for being civil. Just think for yourself. That's all we ask you to do.
Yeah, I also want to compliment you on being so cordial with us. And that's all we could ask for.
Gotten a couple of those in the last 48 hours or so. It's been pretty great. Are people actually starting to critically think?
Maybe so. Maybe so. I talked to a girl at the store the other day, and she was open to other things about, like with the face covering and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
And we had this casual conversation at the store, and I could see she was already open to that we've been told to Bill set. Wait a minute, what's all that noise? Hot micing someone.
I think it's good now.
Yeah.
I
So
agree.
anyway, we were talking about that, and then she was open to it. So I said, did you realize? Have you heard that the Earth is actually flat?
Holy fuck! You just went for it.
I did. Yeah, because she was already open to the rest. I go, yeah. Did you know this too? And I go, yeah. I said, check it out. So I just went. People went out and actually measured Earth's surface, and they found no curvature. She goes, really?
I love it.
Man, I'm telling you, it's nothing like talking to anti-flat earthers. It's nothing like that at all. People are like, really? They haven't. A lot of people haven't heard this before.
To be fair, anti-flat earthers are complete psychopaths. But it's all we really see on the internet against us. So it's hard not to get used to that. But yeah, normal people out in the world, that they're great. I mean, for the most part, dude, you know what I mean? Nobody's out there trying to be like, I hope a motherfucker would come up and try to tell me the Earth's flat shit. You know what I mean? Like nobody's like that.
I know. And then so I was coming out, and there was these people sitting down the, there's a lot of homeless people, but there was someone sitting on the concrete out there on the curb, and a lady was with this fellow, and she was sitting there with him, and I told them too. I said, hey, you guys know the Earth is flat, right? Just in casual conversation, just come out and say that. Like some people are saying, no, don't say the flat Earth thing. But I think a lot of people I think are ready for it.
Yeah.
Because they probably heard it somewhere on all the social medias. They've heard it. It's everywhere now. A year and a half ago.
I was just going to ask, are we using the subliminal messaging tactics, the predictive programming for good now?
Yes.
Anyway, keep going. Right?
No,
sorry, keep going.
No, absolutely. Because people have gotten this little birdie has been whispering in their ear for a while now. And maybe they haven't looked like most people are like, no, that's stupid. Like I didn't look at Flat Earth for literally 2 years or maybe longer. Like when it came across my desk, I would swipe it. Nope. And I never looked at one single thing.
I was into aliens. I was into Rothschilds. Everything you could be.
Yeah.
And then it's like when I came across it and I looked into it just for like a week, I was like, well, okay, well, there's that. I just found out the Earth's flat. Super duper. Then I went to go test it and it was all over.
Yeah.
I was shaking during my first test, during the laser test that we did over the frozen lake here in Minnesota.
Oh, cool.
I was shaking because I was like, dude, I'm going to see it for the first time. I'm not, you know what I mean? I'm like, this is not a YouTube video. This is fucking real. It was awesome.
Yeah. like I'm lucky because I live right by the ocean, so I go out to the harbor. I can see across.
Yeah.
All I can see down past this along the bay all the way to Mexico. And islands that are offshore of Mexico, like I'm riding down one of the hills coming down into downtown, but if I'm up on one of these hills, I don't know how high these hills are. Let me see. They might be, well, they could be 500 or 600 feet, I guess, above sea level.
Sonny and Glad, sorry to interrupt, 'cause I'm being hard right now. You got a VC verified here named Uthman. Go ahead.
Cool. Hello.
Uthman, are you there? Let's see. You're unmuted. Can you say hi?
Hello, hello. Yeah, I was just listening.
Oh, okay,
Thank
very
you for
good.
your attention.
Sure, no problem.
Well, Sonny and I were just riffing. What brings you to the server, Uthman?
Not much. I'm just listening.
Okay.
What is being
Sounds
told,
good.
etc. Yeah.
Just being told. Okay.
No, what is
Sounds
being,
good, man.
Yeah.
Oh, you're listening to what's being talked about. Yeah. Well, if you have any questions at all, we are anxious to answer them.
No, not really. Thank you very much.
Yeah, you betcha.
And yeah, so Frail, I dropped a video. A lot of us here have our own YouTube channels and other channels. So there's a lot of information here. Oh, she's probably watching it now. Yeah.
Yeah, she's probably doing some homework. That's cool.
Yeah, she probably no doubt is. I'm confident that she's looking into the information. You know what? There's so much good information, man. A lot of it's been taken down, but like aplaintruth.info is another really great resource. I'll drop that in the live stream.
BitChute's got some decent stuff still.
That's
I
true.
was gonna say, all of this is really good information. Like it's how I learned about it. But really, it's gonna come to the point where all the information online will be censored, and we're gonna have to. I personally don't usually
Yes.
go out flat smacking personally, but we're like, if we want to spread it, it might come to that point where we're gonna have to go out and be like, hey, come to my laser, like announce your laser test. I'm gonna do a laser test and do this. Anybody who wants to come and see if the flat Earth is fake, or
Yeah.
and, like it's gonna get crazy, man. The groovy bot for the music, the radio part, the 24/7 radio, up above is gone. Apparently, YouTube.
Yeah, it's gone. It's something about YouTube and the well, you know how YouTube doesn't like truth, so they're trying every which way to get in there and grind the gears out. And apparently, the Groovy Bot was playing things that made people tag other stuff about YouTube and some kind of terms and services violation somewhere somehow. So it's a big mess.
Community terms and violation.
What?
It's always that you violated our community.
Sure. Yeah, community guidelines. Yep.
Yes.
Guidelines. See, listen, if they're community guidelines, well, guidelines are what you can choose to follow guidelines or not. Oh, standards, Joshua. Thank you. Standards. Even still, standards aren't mandatory, or you know what I mean? Like, but the problem is, it's a free platform, and that's how they get you.
Standards are basically tradition, and that is a logical fallacy. Like,
yeah, exactly.
Argumentum ad antiquitum.
I don't know Latin, so you got me on you got me there. But yeah, I agree with the part in English.
The argument of antiquity.
Right, appealing to the past.
And that's
appealing to a false past, an unfalsifiable past.
Not that like we can actually debate YouTube on the logical fallaciousness of their decision, but
nah, who cares? They are just so pathetic because no matter what anyone does, if the internet is here and there's ways to communicate, the truth's just gonna seep on out, like a leak in a faucet. Eventually, you either replace the faucet or that motherfucker just starts spraying.
Well, if you got a lake, you got a lake, right, Don Pettit?
Yeah,
You got a leak. Hey,
they have a big
thumb on it.
problem. The
What
cat's out of
happens
the
when you
bag.
get a leak in this thing? Well, you have a leak.
Yeah, you have a leak, then all the flat Earth information gets out freaking everywhere.
Just imagine if it were a vacuum, like in the Aliens movie or the Alien movie when the alien queen gets sucked through that tiny little hole. Like imagine a human putting their thumb up to that size hole and getting sucked through, like
It
through
would
their
suck
hand and thumb.
it would suck the whole human through the hole. It would suck the whole human.
It's crazy. Yeah, and we're gonna put humans in that environment ever. It's fucking ridiculous.
Yeah, they never did a test. Well, they did a test. They couldn't do it. They couldn't complete the test or the spaceship in a vacuum.
How could you do it, right?
A spacesuit, yeah. It would kill a human being.
You'd never been there. There's no way to test the place you're going to, so we're just gonna wing it. Fuck it. We're just gonna build all this weird shit and think, hey, let's see if people buy it. I don't know, man. It's out of control.
Yeah, think about it. They're like taking like a quarter to 50% of everybody's income. And they're not going to tell you that. They're just going to tell you that you only make this much wage. That is determined by the theft of the rest of our resources.
I just don't see why we don't all make our own food and just stop giving money to rich people.
Yep. No, that's a good idea. The earth is abundant. If you put a greenhouse even in the UK, you could grow enough food probably for yourself.
If the slugs don't get it, that if everyone grew food, then the slugs would eat everyone's food equally and not just ours. But
Well, I think if you let nature do its thing, everything balances.
D, what do you mean quantum financial system? I've heard of quantum physics, quantum grammar, and now quantum financial.
Isn't that what they're calling the crypto? The
Is that what
government
it is?
sanctioned crypto? I think so. Could be wrong, but
Wow. Making it seem way fancier than it is.
Girl, you fancy.
Well, thank you.
My pleasure.
Did you say like Felicia?
No, I said my pleasure.
Oh, you're welcome. Yeah, I get that a lot. Oh shit. Okay, D to the V says, I'm not sure exactly what it is exactly, other than my friend's friend said his bank is basically already beginning to forego his car loan. I'm not sure what it is and what it's about. So that would mean that they are starting to implement Nasara and Jasara, if that's real. Because that's what that is. It's been in line to happen for hundreds of years a couple hundred at least years at this point. Saint Germain. Yep. Saint Germain set it up. All the biggest families have put money into it for a couple hundred years now. If it's what you're saying it is, it sounds like it. And
I heard it was.
is,
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
you're good. I was just gonna say NASARA is the National Economic Recovery and Reformation Act or something. I can't remember the exact, but and then JASARA is that same thing but for global economic reformation or whatever. Anyway, sorry. Go ahead, Sonny.
Did you say global? Wait a minute.
That's what it is called. That is not what that's not, I'm not saying that that's what, the Earth is. That's just what they named it. It's kind of like when someone has a global hangout and you point out that the globe is a logical fallacy and they're like, oh, you're dumb. I'm not just going to change it because of what some random guy on the internet says.
I was just messing with you, man. I understand.
You're good, bro.
For some good information regarding that, you can go to a YouTube channel called Probably Alexandra, and she lays out a lot of
She's
that.
so good. I highly recommend her.
Is she cute?
Is really on point. She is adorable, but she's really on point. She's this little blonde lady. She stopped making videos. She actually has like 3 different channels for like some of the later stuff, but by the end of her video, she ends up telling you that you should keep on doing your own research and all this stuff. I'll let you find out. I don't want to spoil it. Good stuff though.
Yeah, I think she has some serious health issues that are stopping her from doing videos.
Yeah, she's got a thing where her whole body, she has pain throughout her whole body constantly all the time.
Who needs the groovy? We could do our own sound, everything, music.
We can.
Did you hear what I played? Chopsticks? I think that was. Oh no, it's Heart and Soul. It's Heart and Soul.
Da, 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 da. I thought it was like in a grocery store. All of a sudden, wait a minute, I didn't know. I thought it was in my room. I didn't know it was in the grocery store. Where'd that elevator music come from in my room?
Yeah, this is my church organ sound. Yeah. It is church organ.
Y'all
Is it
got a
too
new
loud? Can you
person
guys
here.
hear me?
Y'all have a new person here that's a Glober crypto.
Ooh. Oh, hey, crypto. What's the shape of the Earth?
What's cracking?
Round.
What's
Round
cracking?
like
Round.
Hey, Cryptux.
No, it's actually French. It's crypto.
Crypto.
And you normally have to follow it with like a
And your breath has to smell really bad too to really get the accent.
See how he triggers all the Americans.
Exactly. How's everyone doing?
Well, Sonny was just talking about us doing our own music thing, so I grabbed my music notebook.
Sweet.
How about you sing your song, bro? Perform your song for us.
What, me or something?
Yeah.
Yeah, we want to break crypto out into the live, like right now kind of music thing. I'd like to hear some of that.
Yeah, crypto.
Yeah,
you do your song live. That's cool. That'd be cool.
I'm
dropping some bars, bro.
And bear in mind, I haven't actually played that song on guitar since I recorded it, so I'd definitely get it.
I get it. I totally get it.
Are you actually playing a piano, or are you like on your computer?
He's
or
playing.
something?
That's
He's
me.
playing.
I'm playing that. It's Keys in Time is the name of the sample. Yeah, I'm just playing on. I got a Pro Tools session open with the song that I've been writing, and that's one of the sounds that I've been fucking with. But it doesn't work in the song. I just like the chintzy sound of like the baseball game organ, you know.
Are you sure YouTube doesn't own that?
Oh
Coming
no, we're fucked now. No, I'm
coming up to the plate, we have Johnny Slivers. He's hit a couple of home runs in the past few games, and we'll see how he does this time. That pitcher, Pitchy Malone, he's a firecracker, isn't he, Johnny? Yeah, that's right. What about all those flat earthers on your team? Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know what we're gonna do about that. Yeah, that Johnny Smith guy. Yeah, he's definitely a flat earther. Oh, there's another one.
All the smart guys think the Earth is flat.
So wait.
And it's a fly ball into the left field. Okay. Oh, it's over the fence.
It's like Organ plus 60s commentator.
I love
Hey,
it.
that was fun.
Strike 3 for the Globe. Whoa, it's been a jolly good morning. Jolly good, jolly good.
Oh.
Here we go.
Does this work?
Shit.
Is this one like a sound effect? What kind of sound effect is that? Hello?
That's a. It's a.
Hello?
Philanter? No, it's something else.
Hello?
Sorry about that. I was hot micing and I didn't realize it.
Well. That's a fly ball into right field. Well,
Yay. This sounds like a burp. Sounds like you're burping the whole time.
It's a tube. It's like I don't know. It's like a paper towel tube or something.
That's funny.
Strange.
Yeah. Are these vocal effects, or are you like getting out instrument stuff?
No, I'm actually talking through a tube. Talking through a paper towel tube. It actually came from something like a saran wrap tube.
Dude, it sounded like a demon burping earlier. Oh my god!
I'm trying to do it. Okay, that's not working.
All right, I'm getting a little scared now.
Yeah, come on, guys. I think Helio's channel just lost a few subs. Like, fucking, what the hell?
Oh, come on, man.
Okay.
If they can't handle us testing out our sound effects for the stream, then I don't know, man. They just needed to go. Go, I said.
Well, you know what? If they can't handle it, It's on them, man. Tell you what. Good riddance.
Well, I know it just lost one. I just fucking unsubbed.
You would.
I guess certain sounds are not allowed.
Jeez, yeah.
What exactly is
promise.
going on in this room?
I promise to behave. I'm sorry. Just having a little fun.
Rampant degeneracy. Can you sort them out, please, Elisha?
Yeah, please do.
No, it's not good enough because you can't be just having a little fun. You should be having a lot of fun. Come on now.
I think we're having a lot of fun.
I think it is a lot. Yep, it's a lot of fun. So don't come in here talking that mess.
It's tremendous fun.
Maybe we should do like a cover of Cyndi Lauper and just put it like Flurf. Just want to have.
Flurfs just want to have fun, yeah. I'm sure the Globers, the anti-flat earthers would love that one. Because we're calling ourselves, we're using their word, Flurfies.
Yeah, but I don't give a fuck. Right?
Me neither.
Oh no, they came up with a word. Oh, I'm so
No, they
worried.
didn't. I like the word
It doesn't
Flurf.
even matter.
It's cute. It sounds cool.
Yeah, we can just call them glurfs anyway. Like, what's the? Who gives a fuck?
Glurfs, that's a good one.
Well, no, QB came up with that a couple of weeks ago. It was just like, yeah, glurf. It makes sense.
Don't be a glurf.
We can start with a name calling. Give us globe evidence.
The globularist. I think that's a great word. Globularist. Trying to break you from your globularism.
It's too much. It's too many syllables.
What about a glowy globe?
A what? Say it again.
A glowy globy.
Glowy? Globy?
Yeah, you know what a glowy is, right?
Not really, no.
Oh, it's like a fed.
Like a fed?
Yeah. Okay. Just look up the terminology for glowy on like Urban Dictionary, and you'll get it.
Okay. They're like, Crypto's like, wow, where's that sunny guy been? Under a rock somewhere?
No, it's just one of those kind of internet terms I assumed everyone knew by. I'm like, get with the times, Sonny, for goodness.
We're always working on staying up with the times, yeah.
Are you still down with the kids?
I must be having cognitive difficulties this morning.
It's better than having cognitive dissonance, I suppose.
Oh, I get it. It's like they glow in the dark. I see. Oh, okay. Stick out like a sore thumb. So, hence they glow in the dark. Okay.
Yeah, literally. Like, they're so obviously not part of the group, but really trying hard to fit in.
They're the inability to blend into the native population's habits, patterns, and speech makes them stick out like a sore thumb. That's awesome, man. Yeah, you see those around.
I feel bad for him.
I might
Yeah,
be
you get
one of
people who come in and they're like, yeah, I think it's flat, and then you're like, oh, give us a proof, and then like, I watched a Mark Sargent video.
Mhm.
Oh.
I watch a YouTube, but I can't remember the channel's name. It starts with an H.
Hibbler Productions.
Then 30 seconds a bit later, they're like, cool hard logic. You're like, great.
Yeah.
Yeah, I actually might be a glowy. I possibly am one.
Really?
I could be.
Well, don't tell anyone. Jeez.
I don't need to. That's the whole.
You don't have to.
I don't have to. It's obvious.
Just outing themselves.
Yeah, that's going to take some time to get used to. I'm like, no, I was thinking, oh yeah, I'll play something on the groovy. No, I guess I won't.
Is there any other way to like what can replace that?
I can play it right from my HDMI, my TV, into my microphone. I've done it before.
And your microphone though? You mean your input?
Yeah.
So like it's direct from the HDMI?
From my TV speaker to my microphone and play it over. I've done it before.
No, see, that's using the microphone to mic your speaker, right? Like you mic a cabinet to play live.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So it's not the best quality.
You could judge for yourself. If I don't have any other room noise, like if my AC's not on, then it's probably okay.
I'm being picky anyway because I'm an audio engineer and shit's gotta sound like, dude. If shit sounds bad in my place, if I can't have the proper bass response and such, I get so OCD, man. It's bad.
I get it.
Horrible. My friend went to audio engineering school too at conservatory in Arizona, in Tempe, Arizona, and when he got back, we were listening to music together like normal, and he was like, dude, turn it off. I'm like, what?
Why?
Turn it off.
Listen.
Why?
He couldn't listen.
He's like, dude, I can't even hear the music now. I'm just picking apart the recording. I'm like, oh shit, that sucks. And now I know what he means.
So here's the thing with getting music in the stream. If we wanted to do it in here, we could bring in the Rhythm Bot probably, but we don't have the premium on there, so it sounds like absolute shit. Like, yeah. And I'm not paying for premium on it. We did have premium on Groovy. That's why we had 3 of them. I was buying that for the last couple of years. But yeah, so there's other bots out there. How long they'll be up, I don't know. Probably not too much longer is my guess, though. I wanted to possibly. There's some people who really like listening to the KTGL radio station up above.
Yeah.
And I'd like to get that going again too, but that would definitely take premium on Rhythm, and not, like I said, I don't think it's worth buying another music bot on here.
Somebody's just gonna have to step up to the plate, Lou, and I think you're it.
Fuck off! I already did it last 2 years. You do it. Your turn.
Okay. Fuck. Damn it! I walked right into that one, didn't I?
Sure did.
How hard would it be for me to write my own music bot? Is that difficult?
Have you ever written a bot before?
No, but I could learn just about anything. I mean,
difficult. It'll be difficult.
I could learn how to do it in Linux. I could probably make one.
Well, all the
Is this about GroovyBot?
You have to learn.
Do it,
You have to
Sammy.
learn Python language. I'm pretty sure Python is all what all the bots.
Yeah, the problem is it might be too steep of a learning curve for me. There might be somebody in here already knows how to like get to do the basics to get it started.
Thing is if we even if we created our own bot,
That's to trust the expert fallacy.
most likely then our bot would get the cease and desist letter by YouTube also.
Trust the experts fallacy. Yeah, you're probably right about that. Well, I'm talking about us. I'm talking about us though, so it's not quite. It's a little different, you know.
Yeah, I'm just being facetious.
That's okay. Here, let me play this Globe Burst Sniper, and see if it works. Okay, hold on. Okay, I'll move the speaker. I'll move my mic over here.
Glow burst. Sniper.
Let's try it.
We only have one shot at this guy. Okay, a little left. Okay, now factor in the spin. No. God damn it, man. Okay, what direction are we? East, west, north, south, northeast? Factor in everything. We need to know exactly the direction, the spin of the earth, and how to combat it, or else we're gonna miss. There's no spin of the earth. Take the shot, retard. But that would mean Neil deGrasse Tyson is wrong, and you miss every single shot when we do this. If we miss this shot, our location will be blown. We've been here for 4 days shitting in little cans. Tell me the spin of the earth. Like, okay, down to the left 16 inches. No. They saw us. I missed a shot. I guess it was spinning a little faster than I thought. Oh. Globe, Earth, Sniper. I can see the mirage. No, that's the target. Must be a mirage. Well, I've done the calculations. 8 inches per mile squared. I wouldn't be able to see him. It's a mirage. I'm not taking the shot. It's him! Like, every sniper just shoots people. That's a fucking mirage. That means Neil deGrasse Tyson, the bike thief with the answers, is somehow misleading me. Globe, Earth, Sniper. Okay, if you factor in the curve. This is clearly a mirage.
Dude. He goes, everybody else shoots. Oh my god, I love it.
So how was the sound?
Decent. Not the best, not the worst.
Yeah, so there you go.
There you go.
Yeah, I didn't even notice any difference myself. I don't know if anybody else did.
Ta-da.
Well then, Sonny, I sit corrected.
Globe, Earth, Sniper.
Sniper.
Go, babe, sniper.
Okay, no, that's stupid. I won't do it. Never mind.
I'm gonna keep writing this song. I love you guys. I'll be back later. Cool? Cool.
All right, man.
Not cool, dude.
Damn it.
Yeah.
Well, it's gonna have to be.
Have fun. So where are all the spinny boys at?
I don't know. We had a young lady on here, and she was very receptive and got some information and went off. So
I want to ask a question. Maybe you guys can tell me if I'm completely misunderstanding this. But after Nathan's show today, the ball earthers were basically arguing that the Coriolis effect is so negligible that it gets to a value of 0.0014 or something.
Wow.
It's so negligible once you actually factor in Coriolis that it's virtually not necessary. Now, my point to them was that the drift that we're supposed to experience, that 15 degrees per hour, is not negligible. 15 degrees per hour is quite considerable. It's quite noticeable. If the Earth rotating at 15 degrees per hour is the reason for the Coriolis effect, how could the Coriolis effect be so insignificant? In my thinking, it should be closer towards the 15 degree, maybe even half that number. You know, if we give them a lot of benefit of the doubt here. But there should still be something as noticeable as like 7 degrees per hour of Coriolis drift, or that there should be a measurable amount. And their argument, like we know, is always yes if we need to use it, or no if we don't need to use it. But they all saying to me, I'm not understanding how the Coriolis effect has nothing to do with the actual rotation of the Earth. They're saying how much the air moves above the rotating Earth can be any tiny number.
Yeah, I think they've got you in the weeds personally, because they're avoiding it by using the axle measurement. They're avoiding the point that further out on the wheel, way out there at 3,959 miles, there's surface area involved. Now, I know what you're talking about, the difference between what's above the surface and the surface itself. But they're missing the entire point of, if you're at the axle measuring angular change, that's different than when you're on the wheel itself. There's an actual definite surface involved, a distance. That's what they're avoiding.
So would we expect? Yeah, so I get your point. Like the degrees implies from the center, that you're looking at how many degrees it's changed from that central point, whereas that linear velocity being on the exterior of the Earth is always 1,000 miles. But that, well, if you're on the equator, but would the air and the apparent drift, isn't that directly linked to the 1,000 miles per hour, that once the object leaves the surface of the Earth, it should experience 1,000 miles per hour of drift?
Right,
which equates to the 15 degrees.
Yeah, and
Because
how is something unbonded, such as gases? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, go on. I'm sorry.
No, I just, to me, it's the apparent deviation because you've left the moving reference frame. And then if the reference frame was moving at 100 kilometers an hour, your drift to that reference frame would be 100 kilometers per hour. If I'm now static above a car that was moving 100 kilometers an hour, for each hour, I'm 100 kilometers away from that car. But they're trying to make it like the Coriolis is some little like pushing on the air.
Yeah.
So because the Earth turns, it kind of gives the air a nudge, and that nudge is so insignificant that we can call it a decimal place with 1,000 zeros in front or whatever. And
doesn't make any sense at all. I mean, to me, it doesn't make any sense.
But I get your point. I'm definitely in the weeds on this one, talking about rotation and trying to prove rotation that's not there. So
as soon as you ask them where they're measuring this angular change, these degrees of change, where are they measuring? That's the only place you can measure it, is at the axle. So if you want to be in the weeds with them, then ask them that. Okay, great. Then show me the actual detection of the rotation at the axle, because that's what they're saying.
Well, then you're begging the question of a ball Earth with an X.
Yeah, that's true. We don't want to do that. But anyway, like if you're doing these tests or whatever, it's all theoretical in my mind, because all you have to do is go to any of these locations where they're saying this is occurring, and if you have any kind of winds other than from the east, it should only be from the east winds. So if I have south, west, or north winds, their whole thing is debunked. Especially different lateral directional movements of the airstreams.
At different strata layers. Yeah.
Yes, yes, and you can see this. You can see like I can see sometimes literally like drastic. The winds are coming from directly from the west, almost a little bit northwest, but the clouds are moving from the south to the east.
But even with like the jet stream, the jet stream is moving faster than the speed of the Earth. So the Earth's turning from west to east, and the jet stream is traveling west to east, but at 200 to 300 miles faster than the spin of the Earth.
Yeah.
And on Gem's side, they were arguing, do I think that 300-mile winds is more than 1,000-mile rotation of the Earth? To which I reminded them that they always claim conservation of momentum. So why with the wind do we minus the Earth's rotation and then just look at the wind speed? And it was, yeah, man. They were saying that the Coriolis has nothing to do with rotational speed of the Earth. And that to me is
hilarious.
They don't
because
have.
I think
they don't have rotation. The only reason they say this is because they don't have rotation. Sorry, yeah, exactly. They're missing rotation.
It's really quite hilarious because like the jet streams are around the area what they would say the equator is, right? Generally.
Yeah, mid-latitude.
So, but then you have the jet streams moving with the rotation but faster. But then you also have in the equator region the trade winds, which are a permanent eastward wind, the opposite. So I haven't yet been able to find anyone to explain that properly.
Yeah, those guys are just scatterguns. They got nothing.
I had an explanation which Chocolate found one day. They called it super rotation.
Wow. Then you know it's legit. So they put a super on it.
Yeah, it's like a sci-fi thing.
They should put deluxe in there too. Super deluxe. Now it's super duper duper super duper.
I saved it somewhere, so I will find it.
That's kind
It's
of
like
like
hurricane
Tyson.
force.
That's like Tyson's magic speed, right? Super rotation. There's a magic speed.
Well, that's hilarious because like in their space fantasy, the the atmospheric super rotation would be that the entire atmosphere is moving faster than not just parts of it.
And that would also be latitude dependent. So as you need to cover a greater circumference, it would need to travel much faster at the equator. But we also see that the winds are faster at the poles, which how can you have a smaller circumference line on the latitude? Like, those rings, those concentric rings get smaller and smaller as you approach the North Pole. Then how at the North Pole do you suddenly get 300 mile per hour winds when that thing's rotational speed is like 50 miles compared to the equator at 1,000 miles? Do you know what I mean? It's like then their argument was, no, it's the tropical winds that move north and south that have more energy, and then they can just deviate right or left based on Coriolis. And then that gives us the trade wind or the jet stream based on the Coriolis deviation. But Coriolis can only be a drag effect. Like if you take a glass of water and you spin the glass of water at a constant speed, eventually the water will catch up to the speed or get pretty close to what the rotational speed of the glass is because of that little bit of friction that can occur with that water on the inside of the glass. So the more you rotate that glass, eventually the water will start turning as well. But the water could never exceed the speed of the glass. But yet our winds exceed the speed of the Earth.
But you're talking about, so the Coriolis effect is the illusion, right? Is an apparent deviation. Has nothing to do with actual movements.
Yeah, exactly. So what that means is that basically the hurricanes are actually moving in a straight line. They're just appearing to deflect, right? It's an apparent deflection.
They would have to be if it is Coriolis based. But the
Yeah,
fact that we
exactly.
can see a proper rotational movement in those cloud, that's what I raised to them as well. I said, you guys don't even understand what the apparent drift is. And the apparent drift is when you stay on the reference frame that's still rotating and you look at something that's left that rotating reference frame, that you would see this apparent drift, which means it's tied to the speed of the rotating reference frame, which means drift.
Exactly.
The 15-degree drift must be tied to the Coriolis effect. And then they can't claim Coriolis is insignificant. It would have to be at the 15 degree per hour, what we supposedly presume the Earth is rotating away at.
Yeah, exactly. But that's like the problem, right? Because they don't even understand what the mainstream says the Coriolis effect is in the first place. Because they think there's a real physical deflection going on with water and hurricanes and everything, but that's not what it is. Like objectively.
I think they do understand.
And then they just have to take like this double position where they claim, well, the air is moving both with and separate from the rotation. It's like mutually exclusive. You can't have that.
Right. And then you get arguments like, well, the plane is actually flying backwards, right? That is what you get.
You know, they just throw around terms like, oh, conservation of momentum, oh, inertia.
Yeah, but snipers have to account for the drift of the Earth.
It's like they think they're talking about as if it's a static system or something. It's not. How could the air be stacked up? How could the air be stacked up, all stacked up on top of itself, so that it maintains the same exact location underneath it, like such as a drone or a helicopter? How at every single altitude, there's a change in velocity.
While it's all moving down, by the way.
Have them show it. Tell them to show us that. Like, it's done.
Yeah, so this explanation, bound to the Earth by gravity, most of the atmosphere spins along with it as a result of friction with the ground and the viscosity or stickiness of the different layers of air above it. Above 200 kilometers, however, the incredibly thin atmosphere actually spins faster than the Earth. The cause of this bizarre superrotation effect remains unclear, but has also been detected on Venus.
Whoa!
So it's legit, guys. It's legit.
That's like why I said, like in the space fantasy, yeah, the atmospheric superrotation. It's kind of interesting.
They totally screwed themselves with that last statement. That it's also they just blew the whole freaking statement out of the water by that last
I think it's the magic trick, right? Because when you mention it's also found on Venus, then people are like, yeah, sure. Well, of course, it's unknown, right? That doesn't matter, but it is also witnessed on Venus, so must be real then. Right?
Oh, dude, I've looked at through my telescope at Venus, and I can see the superrotation. Yeah, seriously.
You could probably measure the winds. Yeah, I bet you could. Just by looking at the little flashing lights there, you. Then if you read a statement like this, or